morning and welcome to Gainesville Raceway. We're here for the Scorpion Racing Products EP Series. This is race number 11 on the year. And I'll tell you what, right now we are in the time runs. And we are in actually the Super Pro category. We're coming on live a little late because we're trying to conserve our time on Facebook so we can hopefully have a continuous feed of the race on there without having to start it back over. But you can also watch it on YouTube on your smart TV. Probably get a little bit better picture on there than you would trying to watch it on your phone or your tablet. But again, we want to thank you for joining us. So eliminations will start right after the time runs are completed. I'll tell you what, while they're down right this minute, we're going to run a couple of commercials and we'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
And Sam Parrish out of Green Cove Springs going to run over here in the strange engineering lane. Red line starts in both lanes. Parrish is going to get to the stride first, 551, 126 to a 701 at 100 miles an hour for Tom Moats. It's going to bring up Dwayne Leachman next. He's out of Wildwood. And coming up against Candy Hagedorn. She's out of Venice, Florida. Oh, 17 reaction time there for Hagedorn. 004 red line start for Leachman. And Hagedorn goes through with a 555 at 124 miles an hour to a 565 at 118 for Dwayne Leachman. That'll bring up Roy Hagedorn out of Venice, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Roy Johnson out of Keystone Heights. Roy will run over here in the strange engineering lane. All right, Ann Richter over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's 023, goes 580 at 117. Jeremy Davis goes 560 at 125.
Again, we want to thank everybody joining us here on the Spot Motorsports Media. We had a lot of rain kind of move into the area very early this morning, but that has actually pushed down to Central Florida. And we are actually starting to turn into blue skies here. Yes, that only means one thing. It's going to get a little warm, but at least we are racing. All right, look like we're going to be down just for a minute here as they look at the track. Hey, just a reminder, if you didn't catch our podcast on Thursday night, man, what a great show that it actually was with Rocky Platt, talking about his family history and drag racing and match racing back in the days that actually had created where Funny Car is today in the NHRA. That's one of the cars I just posted up. So if you can, go back and watch that podcast. I think you'll really enjoy it. Brian Jones in the Lucas Oil lane out of Orange Park, Florida. And Dave Hicks out of St. Augustine, Florida in the Strange Engineering lane. Both are taking their time staging. And David Hicks goes 001 on the reaction timer as Brian Jones goes 038. Brian Jones rips it down there at a 4:52 with a 7, as Hicks goes 4 with an 8:88. Brian Jones at 151 miles an hour. All right, Eric Horn in the Lucas Oil lane. Glenn Newman's in the Strange Engineering lane. Aaron turns it on just a little early as he goes 004, as Glenn Newman's rips a 006 reaction time. Eric runs down there with a 5:20 to Glenn Newman's 5:58 with a 2. All right, we have John Dwayne in the Lucas Oil lane out of Jacksonville, Florida. And Mike over at Strange Engineer lane, he goes 025 on the tree as John Dwayne goes 020. John Dwayne runs a 6:037 as Mike goes 9:52 with a 5. All right, next up is Troy Balker out of Ocala, Florida, and Buddy Goolsby out of High Springs, Florida. Buddy Goolsby's going to have the better reaction time with an 013 to Balker's 024. Balker's going to get there with a 6:95 with a 5 to Goolsby's 6:69 with a 4. Lee Zipparella in a Lucas Oil lane and Trent Morton over in a Strange Engineering lane. Trent's going to go 015 as Lee goes late with a 154 light. Trent's going to get there first with a 483 with a 7 to Lee's 639 with a 7. All right, next up is Bob Alexander in the Lucas Oil lane and Randy Mayer in the Strange Engineering lane. Randy's all right, Randy's going to have the better reaction time with a 007 as Bob goes 048. Randy will also have the better run with a 493 with a 0 as Bob goes 60 14. All right, Kevin Brennan out of Jessup, Georgia, over here in the Lucas Oil lane with Jason Graham over in a Strange Engineering lane out of Jacksonville, Florida. Kevin's going to go 012 to Jason's 034. Jason's going to get there first with his 571 with a 6, as Kevin goes 656 with a 3. Next up is going to be Luke Alley. He'll be here from Fort Wright, Florida, in the Lucas Oil Lane, and Bruce Root from Webster, Florida, in the Strange Engineering Lane. He's going to go 017 to use 037. Lou's going to go 596 for the 6 at 116.24 miles an hour to Bruce's 725 with a 5 at 93.52 miles an hour. Nathan Hamilton in a Lucas Oil Lane. And Mike Fielder from Summersville, Florida. And Ace from Princeton, Georgia. Mike's going to have the best reaction time at a 006 match. Nate's uncharacteristically late. We don't even want to get that number out. As Mike goes 648 with an 8 to Nate's 5 with a 2. All right, next up we got AJ Kelly and Lucas Oil Lane out of Jacksonville, Florida. And Haley Wright out of Middleburg, Florida in the Strange Engineering Lane. Jay's going to go 038. Right goes 002 red. AJ runs it down there with a 630 with a 5. Haley 516 with a 7.
All right, thanks, Mitch, for covering for me. I appreciate that. Autumn Deer Set coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Out of Hayhira, Georgia, going up against Grayson Wright out of Middleburg. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering Lane. All right, Autumn goes through with a 507 at 137 miles an hour to a 497 at 137 for Grayson Wright. Maverick Palmatier coming out next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of DeLand. And he'll run up against Darwin Garcia at Eustis, Florida. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering Lane. 0:05 reaction time there for Palmetier, 0:13 for Garcia. Keith Collins coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Mark Daniels. Daniels out of Jacksonville. He'll run over there in the Strange Engineering lane. Red light start there for Mark Daniels. He goes through 496 at 139 miles an hour, 563 at 124 for Keith Collins. Kurt Carlson coming up next. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. He'll run up against Joe Pinkston. Joe's out of Williston, Florida. All right, 0:57 reaction time for Carlson, 0:19 for Joe Pinkston. Carlson will make the strike first, 21, 141. Pinkston goes through the 690 at 98 miles an hour into Malibu. Lou Hawthorne coming up next. He's out of Memphis, Florida. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane, and he'll run up against Wayne Campbell, Wayne's World, out of Plain City, Florida. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. No 12 reaction time for Hawthorne, 0:38 reaction time for Campbell. Hawthorne goes through the 447, 156 miles an hour to a 619 and 110 for Wayne Campbell. Alan Strada's coming up next out of Tampa, Florida. He'll be in the drag strip over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, Corky Alford coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's in Glen St. Mary. Norman Williams in the Nova out of Yulee. He's going to run over there in the Strange Engineering lane. Stripe is Corky Alford getting there first, 699 at 95 miles an hour to a 7 flat at 108 for Norm Williams. Sherby Powell coming up next, 1970 Chevy Camaro out of Green Cove Springs. And going up against Gary Vasquez out of Alachua, Florida. Coming over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, 007 reaction time for Vasquez, 010 for Sherby. Vasquez goes through with a 472 at 145, 664 at 102. And for Shelby Powell. Jim Barbera coming up next. He's out of Trenton, Florida. He'll have a 66 Chevy 2. And him up against David Demarest out of Fort McCoy, Florida. He'll run over there in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, so Dave Demarest goes through the 473 at 145. All right, looks like have a little breakage up here in the left-hand lane, so we're going to be on hold here for just 4 minutes while we try and get that cleaned up.
Well, look like we got a little cleanup to do on the track. Again, I want to thank everybody for joining us here at On the Spot Motorsports Media. Please don't forget to follow us on Facebook and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can also follow us on Spotify and Instagram. Since we're on some downtime, we're going to take a little break with them. So we'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right. The cleanup's going to continue. Shouldn't take them too long. Looks like they're getting pretty close. Soil lane, we have Chad Kennedy out of Middleburg, Florida. And a Strange Engineering lane, we have Bob Nelson out of Jacksonville, Florida. All right, Chad Kennedy goes 005 with Bob Nelson going 033. Chad runs it down there with a 631 to Bob's 526. All right, Lucas Oil Lane, we got Stephen Young out of St. Augustine, Florida, and Paul Allen out of Middleburg, Florida. All right, Paul Allen's going to go 028, and Stephen Young goes 087. Paul's going to cross the line first with a 698 to Stephen Young's 718. All right, Lucas Oil Lane, we got Jared Barnes out of Tallahassee, Florida. And over Strange Engineering Lane, we got Robert Treadwell out of Callahan, Florida. Both drivers goes red. Treadwell goes 006 as Barnes goes 010. Barnes going to get there first with a 617 as Treadwell has problems and runs through with a 1596. All right, over to Lucas Oil Lane, we got Mike Gaffney. And over to Strange Engineering, we have car 2862. We'll have his name on here soon. All right, Mike Gaffney's going to go really red as car number 2862 has a reaction time of 222, goes through traps with a 576 at 118 miles an hour as Gaffney had problems there on the starting line. All right, Lucas Oil Lane, we have car number 2830. And over Strange Engineering Lane, we have Jason Barnes out of Tallahassee, Florida. All right, car 2830 is going to go double 02 as Jason Barnes goes 034. Barnes will get there first with a 689 to a 711. All right, Lucas Oil Lane, we have David Zinke. And Strange Engineering Lane, we have Rob Hall out of Dade City. Hall's going to go 002 as Zinke goes 047 on the reaction time. Hall's going to go through the traps first with a 654 to Zinke's 707. All right, coming up Lucas Oil Lane, we have Billy Dunn out of Leesburg. And over in Strange Engineering Lane, we have Steve Schoolmaker, out of Jacksonville, Florida. The drivers taking their time inching in. Both drivers go ahead. Schoolmaker goes 011 and Dunn goes 007. Dunn will go 474 and so will Schoolmaker. Almost at identical miles per hour as well. All right, we got Darren Strutz over here in the Lucas Oil Lane out of Green Coast Springs, and James Kelly Hicks over in the Strange Engineering Lane out of Elton, Florida. James Kelly Hicks goes 007 to Darren's uncharacteristic reaction time. Hicks will go through the traps first with a 453, as Darren goes through with a 476. All right, over here at Lucas Oil Lane, I believe that is Phil Green. And Strange Engineer Lane, we have James Hicks Jr. Hicks Jr. will go 018 to the 080 reaction time. And Hicks will go through first with a 472 to a 609. Hicks, look at that mile per hour, 146 miles per hour down there on the top end. All right, over here on Lucas Oil Lane, we have car number N212. And over Strange Engineering Lane, we have Greg McDaniel. All right, car N212. Yeah, we're having a little issue here. Everyone, please be on hold.
Manuals goes to 0.99 on the reaction time and runs it through there with a 440 with a 9 at 155 miles per hour. All right, got Jeff Gatlin in Lucas Oil Lane and Eckert Ruber in the Strange Engineering Lane. Jeff Gatlin's going to turn it red by 003 as Eckert is 074 and gets to the stripe first with a 575 to Gatlin's 617. All right, Lucas Oil Lane, we have car number 2082. We don't have all the information on that driver yet. And Samuel Parrish over in Strange Engineering Lane. All right, car 2082 is going to get the best reaction time with a 004, and Samuel Parrish goes 032. Parrish will get there first with a 551 as 2082 goes through at 613. All right, College Nash is coming up here in Lucas Oil Lane, and Randy Ranger over here in a Strange Engineering Lane. Got a little Dragster against motorcycle action going on right here. All right, Randy Banger is going to have the best reaction time with a 012 to Nash's 028. And Banger's going to go through the tracks first with a 491 as Nash goes 576. All right, King Grant coming up here in the Lucas Oil Lane from Tai, Georgia. Against card number 4219 out of Brooksville. I think that's Mitch, Mike Big Bryce over there in the Strange Engineering Lane. All right, Grant's going to have the best reaction time with a 014 to Mike's 041. And Grant's going to get there first with a 447 as Mike goes through with a 672. All right, Hicks is going to go 011 red here, but get to the stripe first with a 527 as Mike on the other side goes 015 green and runs a 670. Yeah, Mike Minnick.
All right, Danielle Mockley over here in Lucas Oil Lane at Venice, Florida, going up against car 26-1G. We'll have more information on that driver soon. All right, that's actually going to be Willie Mockley over there in Lucas Oil Lane. Goes 017 to 021. And car number 26-1G will get to the stripe first with a 474 as Mockley goes through with a 640. Jenny Arnall over here in Lucas Oil Lane goes 004 to Tony Gabriella 015. Gargal's going to get there first with a 596 to a 624. All right, Lucas Oil Lane, we got Michael Carpenter. And over here in Strange Engineering Lane, we have Darwin Garcia. Mark is going to have the best reaction time with 006 to Garcia's 013. Michael Carpenter is going to get there first with a 479 to Garcia's 587. All right, over here at Lucas Oil Lane, we don't have all the information on the driver, but his car L251. It's going to be going up against over here in Strange Engineering Lane. Big Papa. Big Papa is going to have the best reaction time of 14 to 023. Or L251 will get to the strike first with a 595 to Big Papa's 613. All right, over here at Lucas Oil Lane, we have car number J273. We'll have all this information in by the time we get to the elimination rounds. And over here at Strange Engineering Lane, we have AJ Kelly out of Jacksonville, Florida. AJ goes 001 to his 10. Car number J273 will get there first with a 622 as Kelly goes through with a 630. Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, Lucas Oil Lane, we have Travis Logan. Over here in the Strange Engineering Lane is going to be Glenn Newmans. All right, Logan's going to leave a little early, but a 002 red light as Newmans goes 015 and gets to the stripe first with a 556 to Logan's 596. All right, we have Brian Jones over here in Lucas Oil Lane out of Orange Park, Florida, and Mark Horton out of Callahan over in Strange Engineering Lane. I believe Mark Horton will also be racing in the sportsman class today as well. All right, both drivers are getting staged up. All right, Horton leaves a little early with an 013 red light. As Jones goes 022, Jones going to get to the stripe first with a 445. As Horton goes through with a 570. All right, over here in Lucas Oil, we have Darren Struts making probably his second time run since he's double entered. And over in Strange Engineering Lane, we have car number 2062X. All right. They're very uncharacteristic late on the tree as car number 2062X goes 004. Studs gets there first with a 488 to a 669. All right, now we have Danielle Mockley coming up here from Venice, Florida, in the Lucas Oil Lane. She will be making a solo pass here. Danielle goes 008 red as she goes through the traps with a 480 at 142 miles an hour. All right, we got Dwayne Leachman coming up here in Lucas Oil Lane out of Wildwood, Florida, and Chuck Willem out of Reddick. All right, Chuck's going to go 026 red, and Leachman goes 227 on the reaction time. Chuck's going to get there first with a 985 to Leachman's
998. All right, we have Johnson and Moats right here going. Johnson's going to have a better reaction time with a 070 to a 188. But Johnson's going to end up having trouble and having to get out of it as Moats goes 1091 on his pass. All right, this is going to be a solo pass for Hopper out of Palm Coast, Florida. He's going to have a 237 reaction time. And he'll go through traps at 869. Sportsman, come to the lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6.
I need Junior Streets to lane 1 and 2, Junior Streets. Speed and Machine Sportsman Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6, please. Lanes 5 and 6. All right, thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We had a sensor issue, but we are all good to go now. Junior Street, load them up. Let's go. Load them up and pull them up to the line, please. Allen, Speed and Machine Sportsman should be in lanes 5 and 6. I need Fly and Brian trailer sales, junior dragsters, 6 to 9 to lane 8, please. 6 to 9 juniors to lane 8, please. I need 10 to 12 to lane 4 and 13 to 17 to lane 3, please.
All right, attention to the pits, junior dragsters. So making your way to the staging lanes, need my 6 to 9-year-olds in staging lane number 8, 6 to 9-year-olds in staging lane number 8. It's going to be a little different for juniors. Listen up. 10 to 12-year-olds, lane 4. 10 to 12-year-olds, lane 4. 13 and older, lane 3. 13 and older, lane 3. Once again, junior dragsters. 6 to 9-year-olds, lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds, lane 4. 13 and older, lane 3. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the lanes. All right, junior dragsters. Once again, need you to 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds, lane 4, 13 and older, lane 3. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the lanes, please. All right, attention to the pitch, junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds, lane 8, junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds, lane 8, junior dragsters, 10 to 12 year olds, lane 4, 10 to 12 year olds, lane 4, 13 and older, lane 3, 13 and older, lane 3. Need junior dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Once again, need my 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds, lane 4, 13 and older, lane 3. Once again, junior dragsters need you to the lanes. Junior dragsters need you in the lanes. All right, Michael Martin over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Justin Status. Martin goes through with a 1291 at 104 miles an hour, 1440 at 96 for Justin. Jeff Barrier coming up next. He's out of Gainesville, the Dodge Charger, going up against the Super Duty Ford over here in the Strange Engineering lane. This is going to be truck 0773. All right, here we go. Let's get back underway, and we got the classic Ford versus Chevy coming up here. Alan Hill. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang, going up against Kevin Roberts in his 69 Camaro. Roberts is out of Hawthorne, Florida. Allen is over here out of Citra. All right, Kevin Roberts is no 33 reaction time to a 126 for Allen Hill. Looks like Hill's going to get to the stripe first. 11 flat at 121 miles an hour to an 1175 at 114 for Kevin Roberts. Dawson Bass coming up next. 850 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against AJ Stratus out of Tampa. The Ford Mustang. Red light start there for Dawson Bass. 051's a reaction time over there in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, so Dawson Bass goes through the 1222 and a 1281 there for AJ. Clint Wilson coming up next. He's out of Providence, Florida, driving that 56 Chevrolet. And Brett Veneman from Jacksonville in the Chevy Impala. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Clint Wilson goes through the 1265 at 103 miles an hour. Brett Veneman goes out with a 1297, 105. Bart Pangolian coming up next out of Melrose in the Corvette, going up against Nico over there in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, 1259 over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1671 over there in the Strange Engineering lane. Monica Roberts coming up next. 95 Camaro, she's out of Ocala. Dennis Harsh going to be running over here on the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Monica goes through with a 1253 at 106 miles an hour, 1395 at 94 there on the Blazer. That's going to bring up Dan Stalliers. He's out of Reddick in the 71 Monte Carlo. Going up against Jay Dickinson out of St. George, Georgia in his 86 Chevy pickup. .035 reaction time there for Sires, 116 for Jay. And Sires goes through 1184 at 112 miles an hour. Jay Dickinson's going 1656 at 80. Tom Courtney coming up next. He's out of High Springs, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Chad King out of Gainesville, Pontiac Firebird. Red light start there for Chad King, 047 reaction time for Courtney. And Courtney goes through at 11:50 at 118 miles an hour, 12:17 at 113 for Chad King. Mark Horton coming up next. He's out of Callahan, Florida, driving the S10 pickup truck. Going up against Jacob Richards. He's out of Gainesville in the Ford Mustang. All right, 073 reaction time there for Richards. Uncharacteristic 241 reaction time for Horton. Horton goes through 11:79 at 115 to a 12:49 at 108 for Richards. Scott DeLeon coming up next. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Blake Scott in the Chevy Corvette. He's out of Pinetta, Florida. Red line start there for Blake Scott. Scott DeLeon's got a 070 reaction time. And here goes the stripe. It's going to be Scott DeLeon going through with an 11:52 at 114 to an 11:90 at 116 for Blake Scott. Darren Stutz coming out next, driving the Chevy Camaro. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And James Thompson out of Edgewater in the Chevy Chevelle is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. A17 reaction time for Thompson, 138 reaction time for Stutz. Stutz goes through 11:27 at 90 miles an hour to an 11 flat at 120 for Thompson. Mitchell Gunner coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. There it is. Marcus Cruz is going to make it to the stripe first, 12:75, 106 to a 13:38 at 101 for Mitchell Gunner. John Connick coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 593 dialed in. He'll go up against Chris Courtney over here in the Strange Engineering lane in his Pontiac Trans Am. right. And understand we may have had one of the trucks went down through there at Sportsman that had a passenger. There will be no passengers allowed other than in Junior Street when you're out here racing today. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Need Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, will overflow to 3 and 4. Start making our way to the staging lanes, please. Allen Speed Machine Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7.
right, everybody, while it's quiet and the crew is working on the track, just wanted to mention that the chapel service, RFC chapel service, non-denominational chapel service, is at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning in the third floor of the tower. 8 a.m., third floor of the tower tomorrow morning. Hope to see you there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just a few minutes from getting back underway here. If you would, at this time, I want to ask if you would please rise. Remove your hats. Mr. Bill Green's going to lead us in our invocation, and then we'll follow it up with the national anthem. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bill Green.
Thank you, Rick. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day. Thank you, Lord, for bringing us all together here to do what we love to do. Lord, thank you for the crew and staff here working hard to make this track the best it can be, Lord. And Lord, I just pray for your guidance upon them, Lord, and give them the patience they need and the stamina they need to endure this heat, Lord. Endure the heat. Lord, I thank you for your safety that we've had so far. Please continue to bless us with safety. Wrap your arms of safety around us, this facility, as we work, watch, and play. Lord, we thank you most of all for Jesus Christ. For it's in his name we pray. Amen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the storms unfortunately wiped out my flagpole the other day, so I got a little help out there from Aaron and Blake, and they're going to hold the flag up while we play our national anthem for us here today. So if you'll direct your attention up towards the head of staging, we'll play our national anthem. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Aaron Kennedy and Blake Jones, for displaying the flag out there for us today. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be back underway here in the next few minutes. So pro and our super pro drivers, y'all can get ready to load up. All right, Lisa Remba coming up next over here. Lucas Oil side of the track. 640 is the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart. Going up against Seth Bevins out of Albany, Georgia. 616 the dial in for the Vega Wagon. He'll run over here in the right-hand lane. All right, here we go. So we got Corky Alford over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, set flat the dial in. Breaks out with a 698 on his 7 flat dial in, but he will pick up the win line as Justin breaks out by more as he goes 930 on his 933. Mark Pangolian coming up next. 656 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against AJ Stratus out of Tampa, 835 the dial in for the Mustang. And a red light start there for Bart. Going to give AJ the automatic win light. AJ goes 833 on his 835. Bart goes through with a 655 on his 656. D. Lichty coming up next, 667 to dial in for the 69 Camaro. He's out of St. John's, Florida. He's going up against Edgar Rebault out of Orlando, 575 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And got a pair of red lights, but the red light's going to come on for D. Lichty as he had the better of the two red light starts. He was 015 to Edgar's 031. Dan Styers coming up next. 748 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo out of Reddick. He'll run up against Jeremy Fireball Davis over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 560 dialed in. He's out of Palm Coast. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. And the win light's coming off for Dan Sowers. He goes 753 on his 748 dial-in. Jeremy looks like he spun just a little bit with 676 on his 560 dial-in. J.D. Anderson coming up next. 733 is going to be the dial-in for the Tesla. He's out of Edgewater, Florida. He'll run up against Brendan George. Brendan's got a 615 dial-in in the Mustang. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. So Brendan picks up the win line here as he goes 616 on his 615 dial-in. JD was dead on 4, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. 058 to an 031. All right, John Dwayne coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 603 is going to be the dial-in. Going up against the Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side in the Strange Engineering lane. 779 is going to be the dial-in. Don't have their information handy at this time. Hopefully we'll have it here in just a little while. All right, so the win line's going to come on down there for John Dwayne as he goes 609 on his 603 as the Mustang goes 786 on its 779 dial-in. All right, Dawson Bass coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 716 dialed in on the Ford Mustang, going up against the Super Duty Ford over here in the Strange Engineering lane. It's going to be 0773. And red light start there for Dawson Bass, going to give the automatic win to the pickup. And the truck goes through with a 1027 on a 980 dial in. Dawson broke out as well as he went 715 on a 716. Brandon Williams coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Pontiac Firebird. Up against Pete Rugas. He's over here in Strange Engineering lane in the 66 Bel Air Chevrolet. He's got a 648 dialed in. Okay, good reaction times in both lanes. Looks like Rugas having some problems with his car as he slowed down. And Brendan Williams goes through with a 719 on his 713 dial in. He had a 17 reaction time. So a good run there for him. Pete was 023 on the tree. The car just fell over, went 732 on its 648 dial in. Jeff Gatlin coming up next. 621 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of St. Augustine. And he'll run up against Alan Hill. Hill's out of Central Florida. 698 the dial in for the Mustang. Yeah, red light start there for Jeff Gatlin. He's going to give Alan Hill the automatic win. Hill goes through the 702 on his 698 dial in. As Gatlin wins 614 on his 621. Paul Allen coming up next. 699 is the dial in for the Ford Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. And he'll go against Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida. 793 the dial in for the 56 Chevy. And we got a green light start in both lanes. Looks like we've got 31 thou difference at the starting line. And Paul Allen's going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 715 on his 699 dial in. Clint slows to an 826 on his 793. Lee Hauser coming up next. 726 is the dial in for the 71 Dart. He'll run up against George Emanuel. George is out of High Springs, Florida. 773 is his dial in. Driving the Chevy Nova. All right, so Hauser should have the bye run going in the next round. He had a perfect reaction time. He goes 735 on his 26 dial in. George Emanuel runs dead on with a 0, but he's 038. Cannot get the win light to come on. All right, Mike Gaffney coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Mike French. And Gaffney goes dead on, but he turned on the red light, giving the automatic win to French, who went 613 on his 614 dial in. Ernie Renfro coming up next. He's got a 666 dialed in on his 70 model Camaro. Going against Chris French. French got 624 dialed in on his 68 Chevelle out of Ocala. Red light start there by Chris French. Going to give the automatic win to Ernie Renfro. Ernie goes 668 on his 666 dial in. He's going to bring up Mike Carpenter next. 606 is the dial in for the Vega wagon out of St. Petersburg. And he'll run up against Jeff Grafton out of Loxahatchee, Florida. 750 the dial in for the Tesla. All right, clean start in both lanes. Here we go. The stripe win line's going to come on for Carpenter. 6:08 on his 6:06 dial in. Jeff Grafton goes dead on 4, but he's 0:56 on the tree. Carpenter picks up the win.
All right, we got Keith Collins, senior, over in Lucas Oil Lane, and Richard Lindsay over in Strange Engineering Lane. Collins has dialed in a 580, and Lindsay dialed in a 643. All right, Lindsay's in control here. He had a 0:36 reaction time to Collins 1:38. as Lindsay runs a 6:43 to Collins 6:02. All right, we got Phil Green over here in the Lucas Oil lane and Colin Nash in the Strange Engineering lane. Green is dialed in a 6:08 as Nash is dialed in at a 5:75. Green, both lanes. Phil is 0:33 to Nash's 0:83. Phil picks up the win with a 6:14 on the 6:08 dial in as Nash goes 6:46 on his 5:75. All right, we got Scott DeLeon over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's dialed in at a 7:25, and Amber Matz in the Strange Engineering lane with a 6:76. All right, we got a pair of green lights. The Leon goes 0:48 on his reaction time as Amber Matz is 1:31 on hers. The Leon runs a 7:22 on a 7:25 as Matz goes 6:76 on her 6:76. She had it dialed in correctly, but unfortunately was a little late on the Christmas tree. All right, we got Darren Stutz over here in the Lucas Oil lane, dialed in a 6:68. Going to give Wyatt Palmetier over here with a 6:30 in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, we got a red light start for Wyatt Palmetier as Darren goes 0:26 and runs a 6:68 on a 6:68 dial. As Palmetier actually goes 6:30 with a 7 on a 6:30 dial. So if he would have been green, it would have been one heck of a race. All right, we got Tom Courtney over here in Lucas Oil lane. He's dialed in with the 7:38. And Seth Bevins is dialed in a 6:16 in the Strange Engineering lane.
All right, attention tits. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. All right, Tom Courtney over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7:38 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am going against Seth Bevins. Bevins out of Albany, Georgia. Tom Courtney, he goes dead on 4 with an 0:27 reaction time. Good run there for Tom Courtney. Seth Bevins goes out with a 617 on his 616 dial in. He was 040 on the tree. Chad King coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 780 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll be going up against J.D. Anderson over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, once again, need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 overflow to 3 and 4. All right, here we go with the motorcycles, Super Pro bikes. We got Roy Johnson coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 710 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. Going up against Samuel Parrish. Sam's on Green Coast Springs. He's got a 552 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Winner is going to come on for Sam Parrish. He goes 554 on his 552 dial in. Roy Johnson breaks out with a 706 on his 710 dial in. Jeremy Fireball Davis coming up next. 560 is going to be the dial in here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Candy Hagedorn. 555 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Venice, Florida. All right, 11th all separate the two at the starting line. And the win line is going to come off for Candy Hagedorn. She goes 556 on her 555. Jeremy goes 564 on his 560. All right. And Richter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 568 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Palm Harbor, Florida. Running up against Roy Hagedorn. He's over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 580 is his dial in. And the red light started by Andy Richter is going to give Hagedorn the automatic win. All right, Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 564 is going to be his dial in. Tom Motes is going to be over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got 7 flat dialed in. All right, got a clean start in both lanes, and it's going to be Dwayne Leachman picking up the win light here as he goes 566 on his 64 dial in. Tom goes 708 on his 7 flat. All right, had a rerun that had to do on a couple of junior dragsters, so we're bringing them back out here real quick. All right, so we got the rerun coming up here. This is my flag bearers from earlier, Aaron Kennedy over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Blake Jones over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, 025 reaction time for Kennedy, 040 for Jones. Kennedy goes through with a 781, 84 miles an hour. Blake Jones goes 892 at 76.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Again, we want to thank everyone for joining On the Spot Motorsports Media today here at Gainesville Raceway for race number 7 on a Scorpion Racing Products ET Series. And don't forget, we will be right back here tomorrow for race number 12 as we are starting to wind down the last few races of the 2025 season. After this weekend, there will be 4 races left on the schedule. And then we will have the NHRA ET Divisional Finals here at Gainesville in October. So coming up is your Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. It will be followed by Junior Street, Pro Motorcycle, and Allen Speed Shop Sportsman class.
All right, here we go. Flying Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 454 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida, going against Glenn Newmans out of Alachua. 556 is the dial in for the Chevy Monza. And we got a clean green light start. Looks like about 12 miles separate the two at the starting line. Glenn Newman's going to get the win light there as he puts a 7-foul pack together. 004 dead on 3. Good run there for Glenn Newmans. AJ Kelly coming up next in the Volkswagen. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 630 is going to be the dial in. He's going to be running up against David Hicks. Nevaeh Hicks. 527 is going to be her dial in. Red line start there by AJ Kelly is going to give Nevaeh Hicks the automatic win. And Nevaeh goes through with a 530 and a 527 dial in. Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Coming the Chevy Camaro. And here up against James Hicks Jr. 472 is going to be his dial in. Red light starting by Mark Horton. He's going to give James Hicks Jr. the automatic win. Hicks does 473 on his 472. Horton runs dead on 2, but he pulled the trigger 011 too early. Eric Kinghorn coming up next. Chevy Cavalier out of Glen St. Mary's got 520 dialed in. Buddy Goolsby, he'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 669 the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, fourth mile, separate the two at the starting line. Here we go, the stripe. Eric Kinghorn's going to get the win light there as he goes 5:21 on his 5:20 dial in. Goolsby breaks out by 7 thousandths. Keith Collins coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5:65 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. He'll run up against Bruce Root out of Webster, Florida. 7:20 is the dial in for the Mustang 2. All right, 6,000 separates the two at the starting line. And the stripe is going to be Keith Collins picking up the win line here as he goes 5:68 on his 5:65. And Bruce Root goes 7:23 on his 7:20. Travis Logan coming up next. 5:98 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And he'll run up against Ivy Hutto. Hutto's got a 577 dialed in on the Chevy 2 wagon out of Jessup, Georgia. All right, testing in the pits. Need Junior Street to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Need Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Starting both lanes. Here we go to strike win lines. Come on down to Travis Logan. He gets 6 flat. 598 dial in Chiodo goes dead 9. Unfortunately, he was behind on the Christmas tree. He was 062 to a 006 for Travis Logan. So Logan gets the win light on the hole shot. And that'll bring up Austin Logan. He'll be in the Chevy Camaro here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 597 is his dial in. And he'll be going up against Jason Barnes out of Tallahassee, Florida. 690 the dial in for the Chevy Chevelle. Perfect reaction time there for Jason Barnes, and he gets the win line as well. He goes dead on 8. So a good run there for Jason Barnes as Austin Logan breaks out with a 595 on that 597. Luke Alley coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 584 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro Corvette out of Fort White. They go up against Bob Nelson out of Jacksonville. 525 the dial in for the dragster. 18th separated the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Louis getting the win light here as he goes dead on with a 6. As Bob Nelson's car goes 531 on its 525 dial in. Okay, Mike Carpenter coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, win light comes on over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track via a red light start by Mike Fiddler. Mike Carpenter coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 483 dialed in going up against Dave Demarest. Demarest with a 473 dial in. He's out of Fort McCoy, Florida. Set starting line. Here we go to strike. Win light's going to come off for Mike Carpenter as he goes 485 on his 483 dial in. Demarest bows out with a 474 on his 473. Maverick Palmetier coming up next. 450 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of DeLand. Going up against Robert Treadwell out of Callahan, Florida. 613 the dial in for the 72 Olds. All right, Billy Dunn coming up next. 475 is going to be the dial in up here on the Lucas Oil Lane. Here we're up against Mark Daniels. Daniels with a 496 dial in. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, touchdown to the piss. Say Junior Street to lane 8, Junior Street, lane 8, Pro Bikes, lane 7, Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Red light start for Mark Daniels is going to give Billy Dunn the automatic win. Too quick with a 472 on his 475, but he'll still pick up the win light. Lou Hawthorne coming up next. 447 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Grayson Wright. Grayson's got a 497 dialed in. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, John Dwayne coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Steve Shoemaker. He's got a 474 dialed in. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's coming off for Shoemaker as he goes 476 on his 474, and John Dwayne breaks out with a 601 on his 603. Lee Zaremba coming up next. 640 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart. He's out of Inverness, Florida, going up against Joe Pinkston out of Williston, Florida. 690 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. Daniel Winlight's going to come on down there for Lee Zaremba as he goes 651 on his 640 dial in. Joe Pinkston goes 692 on his 690, but he cannot get the win light to come on. All right, Troy Volker coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. And he'll run up against Darwin Garcia. 589 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. He is out of Eustis, Florida. All right, win line comes off of Troy Volker as he goes dead on 7 and gets the win line. Garcia goes dead on 2, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. All right, Jim Barbera coming up next. 684 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 out of Trenton. Going up against Gary Vasquez out of Alachua. 472 is going to be the dial in. Comes off of Gary Vasquez. He went 473 on that 472. All right, Jeff Gatlin coming up next. 616 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Here we're going up against Haley Wright. 516 is going to be her dial in. But he's like about 10 hundredths of a second difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Haley Wright getting the win line here. She goes dead on 5 with a 21 reaction time as Jeff goes 617 on a 616 dial in. Equals 031. Tom Heath coming up next. 616 is going to be the dial in for the GTO. And he'll be going up against James Kelly Hicks. Hicks out of Elton, Florida. He's got a 455 dialed in. All right, 3,000 separates to the starting line at the stripe. Tom Heath's going to get the win line here as he goes dead on 1 and gets the win line there. Kelly Hicks goes out with a 456 on his 455. All right, Shirley Powell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 663 is going to be his dial in. Going against Wayne Campbell over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 619 is going to be his dial in. And a red light start there for Wayne Campbell is going to give the automatic win to Shirley Powell. And as Powell was 003 on the tree, goes 667 on his 663 dial in. Mike Gaffney coming up next. The 77 AMC Gremlins over there in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll be going up against Darren Stutz. Stutz in the 1940 Willys, getting 545 dialed in. All right, win line there is coming on from Darren Stutz. He goes through with a 546 on his 545. As Gaffney goes out with a 703 on his 695. All right, Alan Stratus coming up next. 478 is going to be the dial in. Ken Grant Out of Tai, Georgia is going to be over here on the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 447 dial in. All right, Stephen Young coming up next. 718 is going to be the dial in for the Plymouth Barracuda. He'll go up against Mike Minnick over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 671 dialed in. So at the starting line, and the win line's going to come on over there for Stephen Young. All right, here we go. Paul Allen coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 699 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Tony Gambardella. 628 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. Started both lanes. Here we go. It looks like 28 now separates the two at the starting line and the stripe. The wind line comes on full. 629 on his 628 dial in. All right, it's going to bring in Brendan Williams. Next. All right, Brendan Williams coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he went up against Bob Alexander at the Malibu. All right, John Connick coming up next. 720 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. They went up against Jason Graham. Graham's out of Jacksonville. He'll be over here on the Luke Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 572 dialed in. All right, got a green light start. 3,000 separates the two at the starting line and the stripe. Jason Graham's going to get the win light there as he goes dead on two with a 004 reaction time. He puts a 7th mile pack together. Connick was 007, runs 723 on his 720 dial in. Autumn D. Rossett coming up next. 497 is going to be her dial in. And she's going to run up against Stormin' Norman Williams. 619 is going to be the dial in. Yeah, red light start for Autumn is going to give the automatic win here to Norm Williams. And Norman goes through with a 618 on his 619 dial in. All right, here we go. We got Danielle Mockney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 481 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Venice, Florida. And Brendan George is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 478 dialed in. right, 32,000 deficit, the starting line in the stripe. The win line's coming on down here for Brendan George. She goes 480 on his 478 dial in. And as Danielle goes out with a 470, 482 on her 481. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. 640 the dial in for the Mustang out of Venice. Coming up against Sam Parrish over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 554 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle. All right, just like that 24,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. It's going to be Hagedorn picking up the win line here on a double breakout. All right, so got a competition single here for Chad Kennedy. 633 is going to be his dial in. All right, Chad Gunn's dead on 9. It's going to bring up A.J. Kelly. He's out of Jacksonville. 632 is going to be the dial in for the Volkswagen. Over up against Kurt Carlson out of St. Augustine. 499 is going to be his dial in. All right, red light start there for A.J. Kelly. It's going to give Kurt Carlson the automatic win. Carson goes through with a 512 on his 499. All right, let's go bring up Colin Nash. He's out of Orlando. 575 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Edgar Ruot out of Orlando. 575 is his dial in. All right, got a clean start both lanes. Here we go, the stripe. And Colin Nash is going to get the win light here. Both drivers well off their dial in. Nash will get the win light. All right, Brian Jones coming up next. 448 is going to be the dial in for the drag straight Orange Park. And Randy Banger, Florida, excuse me, Bradenton, Florida, has got a 493 dial in. Okay, win light's going to come on down there for Randy Banger as he goes 493 with a 1 on his 493 dial in. All right, Trey Bunner coming up next. 623 is his dial in. Going up against Mike McRisen. 666 is his dial in. He's out of Brooksville. All right, Mike McRisen gets the win light here as he goes 668 on his 666. And obviously we're scheduled to come in right more so worried about their grades or didn't make good grades. All right, Glenn Newman's coming up next. 555 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against David Hicks. Hicks got a 489 dialed in. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. Red light start by Glenn Newman is going to give David Hicks the automatic win. And Hicks is through the 478, 487, only 489. And Glenn Newman goes 560 on his 555, but he was 001 red. All right, David Zicke coming up next. 7 flat's going to be the dial in for the 74 Plymouth Duster. And here we go up against Darwin Garcia from Eustis, Florida. He's got a 568 dialed in. 588. All right, so Buddy Goolsby coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 667 dialed in. All right, got a clean start both lanes. Here we go, the stripe, and the wind flags coming off of the dragster. He goes 456 on his. Wilbur Wooten coming up next. 455, so he All right, this is a rerun from earlier for Weston Daniel. All right, so Weston Daniel goes 903 at 73. All right, Hunter Dowling coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Gainesville. He's got a 1080 dialed in. And he'll run up against Hayden DeLeon. 1045 is going to be his dial in. All right, Hunter Dowling picks up the win right there on a double red light start. Caden Holdaway coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. It's out of Inverness, Florida. 1120 is the dial in. And Chelsea DeWayne. And Chelsea has a 942 dialed in. All right, so Molly Banger on the single pass. She got 1098 dialed in. Okay, 1091. All right, here we go to the pro bikes, and it looks like we got a competition single to get things kicked off here. Is Thom Moats will run over here in the strange engineering lane. He's got a 1090 dialed in. His competition for this round, Dwayne Leachman. I might call for here for round one. All right, Chuck Wollum coming up over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 985 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Reginald Harper. 871 is the dial in for Harper's bike out of Palm Coast. All right, Roy Johnson, left flat dial in. And he goes 1091. All right, here we go into sportsman. We got Dan Salyers coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1187 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. And he'll go up against Larry Urbank out of Jacksonville. 1290 is going to be his dial in. Okay, so we got a clean green light starting both lanes, and Salyers is going to get the win light here as he goes 11.97 on his 11.87. Larry goes dead on with a 0. Unfortunately, did not have the reaction time to get him ahead of Salyers. Chad King coming up next. 12.25 is going to be the dial in for the Firebird, going up against Bart Pangolian. Only 17,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Chad King picking up the win light here on a double breakout. You see him at 12.21, and Bart goes out with a 12.58. All right, Jeff Barrier. 11.90 was his dial in, going up against AJ Stratus. All right, testing into pits. Need junior dragsters, start making your way into the lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters, need you in the lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Need junior dragsters. Start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. 13 and older, lane 1. All right, Dawson Pass coming up over here next. 12.22 is going to be a dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. Going up against Jared Clary out of Port Orange. He's got 13.29 dialed in on the GTA. And Clary's going to get the win line here. Goes dead on 2 with a 15 reaction time. Monica Roberts coming up next. 12.50 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. And showing up against Dennis Harsh over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 13.95 is going to be his dial in. And a red light start for Dennis is going to give Monica the automatic win. All right, Chris Courtney coming up next. 11.08 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. Going up against Nico over here on the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 16.65 dialed in. All right, red light's going to come off Chris Courtney as he was 11.09 on his 11.08 dial in, as Nico breaks out with a 16.41 on his 16.65 dial in. Tom Courtney coming up next. 11.51 is going to be the dial in for the Trans Am. He'll go up against Kevin Roberts Roberts out of Hawthorne, Florida, 1176 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. And we got a clean green light start. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 1651 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He'll go up against Steve Strickland. 1154 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, looks like got about 12 fouls separate the two at the starting line. And Jay Dickinson's going to get the win light here as he goes 1662 on his 1651. As Strickland breaks out with an 1152 on his 1154. Michael Martin coming up next. He's got a 1290 dialed in. He'll be going up against Mitch Gunner. Gunner's out of Stark, Florida. 1379 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. And red light start there for Mitch Gunner is going to give Mike Martin the automatic win. And Martin goes through with a 1288 on his 1290 dial in. All right, here comes Justin Stratus in the Jaguar. He's out of Tampa, 1442. He turns on the red light, giving the automatic win to the pickup truck. Car number 0773. They got a 1550 dialed in. And they go 1568. Alan Hill coming up next. 11 flat's going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Citra. He'll go up against AJ Stratus. 1283 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Tampa. All right, so it looks like we got about 37,000 difference at the starting line. And the stripe is going to be Alan Hill picking up the win light. 1102 on his 11 flat dial in. James Thompson coming up next. 1102 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Chevelle out of Edgewater. And Marcus Cruz out of McClenny. He's got a 1273 dialed in on his Dodge Dart. All right, you got 42,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go down to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for James Thompson. 1103 on his 1102 is Marcus's car would not run the numbers. It went 1287 on a 1273. Marcus actually had the better reaction time. Jacob Richards coming up next. 1220 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. Going up against Zane Hutto out of Nichols, Georgia. 14 flat the dial in for the S10 pickup. And it looks like the Mustang's having some problems here. Zane Hutto picks up the win light. Here we go as we got Scott DeLeon coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against Brett Veneman. Veneman turns on the red light, giving an automatic win here to Scott DeLeon. All right, here we go to the junior dragsters, and this is going to be our 6 to 9 year olds. We got Jackson Collins. He's out of Keystone Heights. 1510 is going to be the dial in. When we run up against Brinley Holdaway, 12 flats her dial in. Okay, so the win line is going to come off for Jackson Collins as Brinley Holdaway breaks out with her 1197 on her 12 flat dial in. Hudson Matz coming up next. Hudson's got a 1246 dialed in. He'll be going up against, I don't have the information here. I think this is one of the Wooten kids. 1250 is going to be the dial in over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Okay, win line's going to come on down there for Wooten on a double breakout. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Start making your way to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. All right, Wyatt Hicks over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track going up against Blake Jones. And Blake Jones is going to get the win light here on a double breakout. All right, Weston Daniel coming up next. 906 is going to be his dial in. And he'll go up against Skylar Carpenter. 890 will be his dial in. All right, red light start there for Carpenter is going to give Weston Daniel the automatic win light. Johnny Moxley coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 894 is going to be his dial in, going against Scarlett Hicks. She's got 913 dialed in. And the win light's going to come off for Johnny Moxley on a double breakout. All right, Ulysses Vasquez coming up next out of Bellevue, Florida. It's going to have a 919 dialed in right over here in the Lucas Oil lane. All right, Tristan in the pits. Mike French. Mike French. Looks like you got the bye run here in the next round of pro. Mike French. Looks like you got the bye run next round of pro. Once again, looking for pro eliminator. Lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Jeans Glass, pro eliminator. Lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. All right, folks. I need some golf carts moved. All right, John Paul Martinez coming up next out of Christmas, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And looks like he'll be running up against Brooklyn Collins. She's out of Keystone Heights. 795 is going to be her dial in. All right, got a clean green light start both lanes. And at the stripe, Brooklyn Collins is going to get the win light here. She goes 798 on her 795 dial in. As Martinez goes out with a 796 on his 790 dial in. And Kennedy coming up next. 790 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Molly Banger. She's out of Palmetto, Florida. 791 is going to be her dial in. All right, attention down to pits. Attention into pits. Fuel will be closing at 4 o'clock. Fuel closes at 4 o'clock. So if you need any race fuel, you need to get back there and get it now. You got about 15 minutes. All right, win lights coming off of Molly Banger is Aaron Kennedy pulled the trigger too early on his car as he went 004 red. And Molly is going to get the win light here. All right, Sierra Haight coming up next. 790 is going to be her dial in. She'll be running up against Hunter Dowling. He's got an 810 dialed in.
All right, doing a little touch up out there on the track. Tell you what, since it's quiet, we're going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
All right, here we go in Pro Eliminator. This is round number 2. Rolling Corky Alford, 703 is going to be dialed in for the S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 703 dialed in. Amber Matz will be running over there in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 678 dialed in on her S10. She's out of Gainesville. And the wind light's going to come off for Corky Alford as he goes 704 on that 703 as Amber Matz goes out with a 684 on her 678. Lee Zaremba coming up next. 640 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart. He'll go up against Wyatt Palmatier driving the S10 pickup truck. And it looks like we've got about 12,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Lee Zaremba picking up the win light here on a double breakout. J.D. Anderson coming up next. 733 is the dial in for the Tesla. He'll run up against Brendan George. Brendan with a 615 dial in for the Ford Mustang. Red line start there for J.D. Anderson is going to give Brendan George the automatic win light. And Brendan goes through with a 646 on his 615. J.D. went 734 on his 733. Bart Pengalinan coming up next. 656 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Jerry Carley out of Port Orange, Florida. 856 is going to be the dial in for the GTO. And Bart's going to get the win light here as he goes 667 on his 656 dial in as Carley's car slows to a 873 on its 859 dial in. Blake Scott coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track at the Chevy Corvette. And he'll run up against Jeremy Davis. Jeremy's got a 560 dialed in on the motorcycle out of Palm Coast. Okay, win light's going to come off for Blake Scott as he goes through with a 786 on his 770 dial in as Jeremy Davis goes 666 on his 560 dial in. All right, Jeff Grafton coming up next. The Tesla out of Loxahatchee. Going up against George Emanuel out of High Springs. 770 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. Only one foul separated the two at the starting line, but it's going to be Grafton getting the win light here as George Emanuel breaks out. Seth Bevins coming up next. 614 is going to be the dial in for the Vega wagon. Going against Justin Status. 926 is going to be the dial in for the Jaguar out of Tampa. Okay, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Justin getting the win light here as he goes dead on 7. And Seth Bevins goes out with a 6:23 on a 6:14. Seth actually had a better reaction time, but car wouldn't run the number. John Dwayne coming up next. 6:02 is his dial in. He'll be going up against AJ Status. He's got an 8:33 dialed in on the Mustang. All right, 2,000 separate these two at the starting line. And it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win light here as AJ breaks out with an 8:28 on his 8:33. John Dwayne goes 6:04 on his 6:02. Michael Carpenter coming up next. 6 flat's going to be the dial in for the Vega station wagon. Going up against the Super Duty pickup truck. 0773, 1031 is going to be the dial in. All right, red light start over there in the Strange Engineering lane is going to give the automatic win here to Mike Carpenter. Travis Logan coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track against Richard Lindsay. Lindsay's out of Alachua, Florida. He's got a 6:43 dialed in. Logan with a 6:02. So Richard Lindsay is going to get a little bit of a head start here. All right, we got a clean green light start. 45,000 separates the 2 guys at the start. And it's going to be Travis Logan getting the win light here as he goes 6:06 on his 6:02. As Lindsay goes 6:44 on his 6:43. Paul Allen coming up next. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. And he'll run up against Russell Morris at Citra. Russell's got a 6:99 order dialed in as well. They are dead even on the starting line, dead even on the dial in, and both of them run 7 flat down on the top end, but one with a 6, one with an 8. Paul Allen by 26 10,000ths of a second picks up the win. James Evans coming up next. 7 flat the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. Running up against Colin Nash. He's out of Orlando. 575 is his dial in. And the win line's going to come on down for James Evans. He goes 7:06 on his 7 flat dial in. And so Colin Nash flows to a 6:08 on his 575. All right, James Turner coming up next. 781 is going to be the dial in. Excuse me, 701 the dial in for the Mercury Capri. Going up against Dan Salyers. Salyers with a 750 dial in. All right, win line is going to come on down there for James Turner as he goes 704 on his 701 dial in. All right, Phil Green coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 608 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He'll be running up against Alan Hill. Okay, you got a green light start. 9,000 separates the two at the starting line. And Phil Green's going to get the win light here as he goes 609 on his 608 dial in as Alan Hill goes out with a 705 on a 699. D. Lichty coming up next, 667 the dial in for the 69 Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. He'll run up against James Thompson. 694 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Chevelle out of Edgewater. All right, D. Lichty picks up the win line here as he goes 668 on his 667 as Thompson bows out with a 696 on his 694. David Zinke coming up next. 701 is going to be the dial in for the 74 Plymouth Duster. And he'll be running up against Brandon Williams. 713 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And Brandon's going to get the win light here as he goes 716 on that 713 dial in. All right, Tom Courtney coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 738 is the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. He'll run up against Brett Veneman. Veneman's out of Jacksonville. 852 is going to be the dial in. The Chevy SS. All right, testing in the pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Okay, win light here comes off of Brett Veneman as Tom Courtney turned on the red light. He run dead on with the 8, but left 28 too early. Chris French coming up next. 618 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Chevelle. He'll run up against Clint Wilson out of Providence. 822 the dial in for the 56 Chevy. And looks like Chris French is going to get the win light as a breakout for, actually Chris Redlit. So Clint Wilson does get the win light, even though he broke out. Andy Lindsay coming up next. 680 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Alachua. And he'll run up against Amber Matz. She's got a 680 dialed in on her S10 pickup out of Gainesville. Yep. Red light start by Andy Lindsay. It's going to give Amber Matz the automatic win. And Amber goes through the 678 on her 680 dial in. That's going to bring up Jeff Gatlin. Gatlin's got 617 dialed in on the Mustang out of St. Augustine. He'll run up against J.D. Anderson over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 734 is going to be the dial in for the Tesla. Red light start there by Jeff Gatlin. It's going to give J.D. Anderson the automatic win. And Anderson goes 733 on his 734 dial in. Gatlin went 621 on a 617. Tony Gambardella coming up next. next. He's out of Gainesville, Florida. 628 is going to be the dial in. And he'll run up against Chad King. Chad with a 785 dial in on the Pontiac Firebird from Gainesville. Only 2 fouls separate the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Chad King getting the win light here as he goes 788 on his 785 dial in as Tony breaks out with a 626 on his 628. Dawson Bass coming up next. 715 is going to be the dial in for the the Ford Mustang. He'll run up against Lee Hauser. Hauser's got a 730 dialed in. He's out of Ponte Vedra Beach. 71 Dodge Dart. All right, 76 foul difference at the starting line. And Hauser is going to get the win light here as he goes 735 on that 730 dial in as Dawson Bass breaks out with a 713 on his 715 dial in. Ernie Renfro coming up next. 667 the dial in for the 70 Camaro. He's out of Middleburg. He'll ride up against Scott DeLeon. He's got a 722 dialed in on his Chevy Malibu. All right, attention in the pits, I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Red light start there for Ernie Renfro is going to give Scott DeLeon the automatic red light. And Ernie goes 672 on the 67 dial in. Leon went 721 on his 722. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 7 flat the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood. He'll run up against Wyatt Palmatier. Palmatier with a 630 dial in on the S10 pickup truck. All right, Woodline's going to come on down there for Wyatt Palmatier as he goes 634 on a 630 dial in. Gaffney goes out with a 7 flat with a 3 on his 7 flat dial in, but he was 101 on the tree to an 046. There's Stutz coming up next. 668 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Seth Bevins. 615 to dial in for the Vega Wagon. All right, looks like about 44,000 difference at the starting line. And Seth Bevins is going to get the win light here as he goes 618 on a 615 dial in. Stutz run dead on 6, but he was behind on the Christmas tree by that 44 thousandths of a second. Byron coming up here next for Mike French. All right, here we go to the Super Pro Motorcycles, and we got Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 564 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Candy Hagedorn. She's out of Venice, Florida. 5:59 will be her dial in. All right, only 10 fouls separate the two at the starting line. All right, win light came on down there for Candy Hagedorn, and she goes through with a 5:79 on her 5:59 dial in. As Leachman's bike slowed to a 6:24 on his 5:64 dial in. That'll bring up Roy Hagedorn. 5:68 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Ann Richter. She's out of Palm Harbor, Florida. 5:81 is her dial in. Roy Hagedorn as he goes through the 5:69, 5:68 dial in, as Richter breaks out by 0.05 of a second. It's going to bring up Jeremy Fireball Davis. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. 5:64 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Tom Moats out of Ocala. 7 flat is going to be the dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street. Start making your way to staging lanes number 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. All right, Jeremy Davis picks up the win light there over Tom Moats as Tom breaks out by 0.14 of a second. And Byron coming up here for Samuel Parrish. It's got a 5:52 dialed in. All right, Parrish goes 5:52 on a 5:52. All right, once again, attention to the pits. Fine Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. All right, Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 5:11 dialed in. Going up against Mike Verizon. 6:67 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2. He's out of Brooksville. All right, we got a clean green line start. 10th mile separates the two at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Mark Horton picking up the win line here as he goes 573 on his 571 dial in. As Mitt Rison breaks out with a 665 on his 667. I'll bring up Trent Horton. 488 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Nevaeh Hicks will be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 529 dialed in. She's out of St. Augustine. Okay, and the win line is going to come on down there for Nevaeh Hicks. She goes 531 on her 529 dial in. She actually was 022 to Trent's 024. Eric Kinghorn coming up next. 522 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Cavalier. He's out of Glen St. Mary. Going up against Bob Alexander. 601 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. All right, 8th foul separate the two at the starting line, and at the stripe is going to be Bob Alexander picking up the win line here as he goes 602 on his 601. As Eric Kinghorn goes 526 on his 522. All right, Corky Alford coming up next. 703 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be going up against Randy Banger. Banger with a 493 dial in. All right, Randy Banger picks up the win right there as he goes 496 on his 493. Gonna bring up our next pair as we got Jared Barnes coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 620 is the dial in for the Oldsmobile. He'll run up against James Hicks Jr. He's out of Elkton, Florida. 473 is going to be his dial in. All right, session in the piss. I need Junior Street to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lead you to lane 8. Need you folks to quit parking your golf carts in the staging lanes, please. Get your golf carts out of the staging lanes, please, when we're trying to run the race. All right, 28,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. And it's going to be James Hicks Jr. picking up the win line there as he goes 475 on his 473 dial in. Jared Barnes gets 621 on his 620, but he was just behind on the Christmas tree. AJ Kelly coming up next in the Volkswagen. 633 is going to be his dial in. Here we're up against Mike Fiddler over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 647 is going to be his dial in. All right, Frankie Barnes coming up next in the Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 660 dial in. Going up against Glenn Newman. Glenn's got a 557 dialed in on the Monza out of Alachua. Red light start there for Frankie Barnes. He's going to give Glenn Newman the automatic win. And Glenn goes through with a 556 on his 557 dial in. Jim Barbera coming up next. 688 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova out of Trenton. And he'll run up against Buddy Goolsby. Goolsby's out of High Springs. He's got a 669 dial in on his S10 pickup. And we got a clean green light start. Looks like we've got about 53 pound difference at the starting line. And Jim Barbera is going to get the win light here on a double breakout. Trey Bunner coming up next. 622 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Lakeland. And Bob Nelson out of Jacksonville, 526 is going to be his dial in. Yeah, red light start there by Bob Nelson. He's going to give Trey Bunner the automatic win. Trey goes dead on 4 with his good run there at an 18 reaction time, put a 22 back together. Austin Logan coming up next. 596 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Port Charlotte. He'll run up against Kelly Hicks. Hicks has got a 456 dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like about 15,000 separated the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Austin Logan getting the win light here as he goes dead on with a 9. Hicks goes 459 on his 456. Travis Logan coming up next. 596 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's going to run up against Bruce Root out of Webster, Florida. 723 is the dial in for this Ford Mustang 2. All right, fourth aisle separate the two at the starting line. Stripe, it's going to be Travis Logan getting the win line here as he goes dead on 2 with a 008 reaction time. Bruce Root was actually ahead on the Christmas tree by fourth aisle, but he couldn't run the number down the top end as he went 725 on that 723 dial in. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. 454 is going to be the dial in for the dragster there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Mark Daniels out of Jacksonville. 496 is his dial in. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Win light coming off of Mark Daniels as he goes dead on 7 with a 006 reaction time. Ryan Jones was dead on 9. He was 019. Lou Galley coming up next. 584 is going to be the dial-in for Lou in the Chevy Corvette. He'll run up against Gary Vasquez. 472 is going to be the dial-in for the dragster out of Alachua. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to straight, man. It's going to be Gary Vasquez picking up the win right here. 473 on his 472 as Lou breaks out with a 581 on his 584 dial-in. Maverick Palmatier coming up next. He'll be in the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 452 is going to be the dial-in. He'll go up against Wayne Campbell out of Plant City, Florida. 619 the dial-in for the S10 pickup. Okay, 8th out, separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Maverick Palmatier picking up the win right here as he goes 453 on that 452 dial-in as Wayne Campbell breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. All right, Keith Collins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 568 dialed in. He'll be right up against Brendan George over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 476 is his dial-in. Get Brendan George the automatic win light. Brendan goes through with a dead on 476.4 with a 17 reaction time. Lou Hawthorne coming up next. 447 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Robert Treadwell. Treadwell's got a 622 dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. Yeah, we got a double red light start here. Red light's going to come off of Robert Treadwell as he had the better of the two red light starts. All right, red light start over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's going to give Steve Shoemaker the automatic win. Shoemaker goes dead on 3 with a 20 reaction time. It's going to bring up Troy Volker. 695 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Ocala. He's going to run up against Norman Williams out of Yulee. 616 is going to be his dial in. Red line start there by Troy Volker is going to give Norm Williams the automatic win. Norm goes through the 617 on his 616 dial in. Billy Dunn coming up next. 473 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. We're up against Rob Hall. 612 is going to be the dial in for Rob. He's in the Malibu out of Dade City. All right, 6 now separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to strike. Rob Hall is going to get the win line here. 613 on a 612 dial in. All right, he's going to bring up John Connick next. 720 is going to be the dial in for the Monza out of Ocala. He'll run up against Dave Demarest out of Fort McCoy. 474 is going to be his dial in. All right, win line's going to come off John Connick as he goes 721 on his 720 dial in. Demarest runs dead on 4, but he was way tardy on the tree. All right, so here we go. As we got Jenna Yarnell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 595 is going to be the dial in for the Vega Wagon going against Joe Pinkston out of Williston. He's got a 693 dialed in. And Yarnell's going to get the win light here. She goes 597 on her 595 as Pinkston goes 691 on his 693. Michael Carpenter coming up next. 480 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. They'll run up against Brandon Williams over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 710 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. It's going to come on over there for Mike Carpenter on a double breakout. All right, Darwin Garcia coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 589 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Eustis, Florida. Here we're up against Haley Wright. Haley's got a 516 dialed in on her dragster. She's out of Middleburg. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. 19,000 separates the two at the starting line. It's going to be Haley Wright picking up the win light here. She goes dead on with a 1. And Garcia breaks out with a 586 on his 589. Tom Heath coming up next. 618 is going to be the dial in for the GTO. He'll run up against Grayson Wright. 498 is going to be his dial in. And red light start there for Grayson Wright. It's going to give Tom Heath the automatic win. And Heath goes 615 on that 618. Grayson went dead on 7. John Dwayne coming up next. 601 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Jason Graham. Jason's got a 572 dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova out of Jacksonville. All right, 4,000 separates these two at the starting line. Here we go to strike. And John Dwayne's going to get the win light here on a double breakout. All right, Ken Grant coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 447's his dial in. And he'll run against David Zicki over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 701 is going to be the dial in for the 74 Plymouth Duster. All right. 6,000 separates the two at the starting line. It's going to be David Zinke getting the win line here as he goes dead on two and picks up the win as Ken Grant goes out with a 448 on his 447. Nate Hamilton coming up next. 563 is going to be the dial-in for the Camaro out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. He'll run up against Kurt Carlson out of St. Augustine. 505 is going to be the dial-in. All right, we've got green light starting both lanes. And the stripe, it's going to be Kurt Carlson picking up the win line here as he goes 515 on his 505 as Nate Hamilton breaks out. Mike Bennett coming up next. 672 is going to be the dial-in for the S10 pickup truck. He's out of Green Cove Springs, going up against Sam Parrish, also out of Green Cove Springs. 552 the dial-in for the motorcycle. All right, Mike Bonacci coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 503 is going to be the dial-in, going up against Wilbert Wooten. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 456 is going to be his dial-in. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to stripe. Mike Bonacci is going to get the win light here as he goes 504 on that 503 as Wilbert Wooten slows to a 465 on his 456. All right, Autumn DeRossette coming up next. She's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 503 is going to be her dial-in. She's going up against Randy Banger. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 493 dialed in. 5 fouls separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on for Autumn DeRossette as she has a perfect reaction time. Rush dead on three. She's got a 3 foul packed together. Tough beat. Yep. Sherby Powell coming up next. 664 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Glenn Newmans. Glenn's got a 556 dialed in on his Chevy Monza out of Alachua. All right, looks like got about 25 foul difference at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Sherby Powell getting the win line here as Glenn breaks out by 4 thousandths. Stephen Young coming up next. 718 is going to be the dial-in for the Plymouth Barracuda. And Mike Mint-Risen will be running next over here to him here in the Strange Engineering lane. 665 is going to be his dial-in. All right, Stephen Young picks up the win light there as he goes 727 on his 718. Paul Allen coming up next. 702 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick. He'll run up against David Hicks. Hicks got a 489 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light start. Both lanes, 5,000 separates the two at the start. It's going to be Dave Hicks picking up the win light here on a double breakout. That'll bring out Mike Gaffney next. 710 is going to be the dial in for the 77 Gremlin. And he'll run up against Tony Gambardella. 628 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. All right, win light's going to come on for Tony Gambardella as he goes through with a 654 on his 628. All right, win light's going to come on down there for Lee Zaremba. His buddy Goolsby breaks out with a 666 on his 667. Chad Kennedy coming up next. Kenny with a 633 dialed in. And he's going to be going up against Wyatt Hicks, or excuse me, Wyatt Palmatier, I believe, is at the wheel of the dragster. He's got a 457 dialed in. Yeah, red light start for Chad Kennedy. He's going to give the automatic win to Palmatier. Palmatier breaks out 454 on that 457. Danielle Markney coming up next. 483 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Venice. She'll be right up against Darwin Garcia. 586 is going to be his dial in. All right, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. Danielle Markney is going to get the win by 484 on that 483 dial in. As Darwin Garcia goes out with a 587 on his 586. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. He'll be in the Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Venice, Florida. And he'll run up against A.J. Kelly. A.J.'s got the Volkswagen over here in the Strange Engineering lane. It's got a 636 dial in. All right, fourth time separating the two. It's going to be Roy Hagedorn getting the win line here as he goes down on 5. Trey Bunner coming up next. 622 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. They're right up against Brian Jones. 448 is going to be the dial in for Brian. Very nice start for Trey Bunner. Is going to give Brian Jones the automatic win. Jones goes through with a 447 on his 448. That's going to bring up the buy run here for Jason Barnes out of Tallahassee. 690 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Chevelle. All right, Barnes goes through with a 689. All right. Listen up out there, everybody, because I feel like I'm talking to my grandkids. Do not park your golf carts, scooters, and stuff like that in the staging lanes or blocking any of the equipment. We go over this every weekend that we're out here with you guys. And like I say, I feel like I'm talking to my grandkids. It goes in one ear and out the other. Please do not park your golf carts, your scooters, and stuff in the staging lanes when we are trying to run a race. You keep blocking things up. The tractor gets blocked in. We sure hate to run over your stuff, but don't put it past us. So please help me out. Keep your golf carts and scooters out of the staging lanes. All right, here we go into Junior Street, and we're going to have Caden Holdaway coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1121 to dial in for the Ford Dooley. And go up against Molly Banger over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 1098 is going to be the dial in for the Volkswagen SUV. And red light start there for Caden. It's going to give Molly Banger the automatic win. All right, that's going to bring up Hunter Dowling next. Hunter's got 1080 dialed in on the Ford pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. going up against Hayden DeLeon, the Chevy pickup truck. 1042 is going to be the dial in. Yeah, red line start over here for the Leon. It's going to give Hunter Dowling the automatic win. All right, Reginald Harper over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 868 is going to be his dial in, going against Tom Boats. And we got a double red light start here. Harper's going to get the win light as he had better of the two red light starts. And he goes through an 869 on that 868. And his Thom goes 1096 on his 1090. And it looks like it's going to be a competition single here for Roy Johnson. It looks like Dwayne Leachman's having problems with his bike and is not going to be able to make the call here for round two. All right, so Roy Johnson goes through with a 1085 on his 1090 dial in. And looks like that'll bring up your buy run here for Chuck Willem. All right, attention in the pits. Flying Brian Trailer Souls Junior Dragsters. Let's start making our way back into the staging lanes, please. Need my 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Once again, junior dragsters. Need you to make your way to the staging lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1. All right, here we go into sportsman, and we got Jeff Barrier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1180 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Going up against Zane Hutto in the S10 pickup truck out of Nichols, Georgia. All right, win line is going to come on down there for Jeff Barrier. All right, here comes Bart Pangolina in the Chevy Corvette, running up against Nico over there in the Strange Engineering lane. Yeah. All right, Dan Salyer is coming up next over here in Lucas Oil Lane. 1192 is going to be the dial in for the Monte Carlo. Going against AJ Status. 1278 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, looks like 18,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be AJ Status picking up the win light here on a double breakout. All right, once again, look for the junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, make your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes. Need my 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Start making our way to the lanes, please. All right, Blake Scott over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against Jerry Carley. And here we go to the stripe. The win light's coming off for Blake Scott as he goes 12:08 on that 11:85. As Carley's slows to a 13:36 on the 13:27 dial in. Alan Hill coming up next. 11 flat's going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. And we're running against the Ford pickup truck. This is truck number 0773. 1596, 1569 is the dial in. Alan Hill picks up the win light here as he goes 11:04 on his 11 flat dial in. As the pickup truck goes 15:99 on his 15:69 dial in. Mark Horton coming up next. 11:85 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Callahan. Going up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser in the Strange Engineering lane. 13:95 is going to be his dial in. All right, 7th separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Mark Horton on a double breakout. And as he breaks out by the least amount, he'll move on into the next round. Michael Martin coming up next. 12:87 is the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll go up against Jeff Grafton in the Tesla. 11:71's his dial in. And your win line's going to come on down there for Jeff Grafton as he goes 11:87 on his 11:71 as Martin breaks out with a 12:81 on his 12:87 dial in. Tom Courtney coming up next. 11:50 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. Going up against Steven Strickland. 11:52 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. A red light start by Strickland is going to give Tom Courtney the automatic win. And Courtney goes 11:47 on his 11:50 dial in. Monica Roberts coming up next. 12:50 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And she'll run up against Dawson Bass in the Ford Mustang. He's got a 12:25 dial in. And we got a clean green light start. And at the stripe, Monica Roberts is going to get the win light here as she goes through with a 12:54 on her 12:50 dial in as Dawson slows to a 12:41 on his 12:25. Chad King coming up next. 12:25 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll go up against Jay Dickinson. 16:55 the dial in for the Chevy pickup. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. It's like 73 thou difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Chad King getting the win light here as he goes 12:27 on his 12:25 dial in. Mitchell Gunner coming up next. 13:77 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He'll go up against Jacob Richards. He's got a 12:20 dialed in on the Ford Mustang. Oh, you got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like we've got about 16, make that 26 thou difference at the starting line. And the win light's coming out for Mitch Gunner as he goes 13:84 on his 13:77 dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 11:43 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. And he'll run up against Clint Wilson out of Providence. 12:86 the dial in for the 56 Chevy. Yeah, red light start for Clint Wilson is going to give Scott DeLeon the automatic win. And Scott goes 11:40 on his 11:43. Marcus Cruz coming up next. 1291 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Dart out of McClenny. He'll go up against Chris Courtney from Gainesville. 1108 is going to be the dial in for the Trans Am. And a red light start there for Chris Courtney. He's going to give the automatic win to Marcus Cruz. All right, James Thompson coming up next. 11 flat's going to be his dial in on the Chevy Chevelle, going up against Kevin Roberts. 1172, the dial in for the 69 Camaro. All right, win lights coming on down there for Kevin Roberts. He goes 1171 on his 1172 dial in. All right, here we go. Bart Pangolian coming up next on the Corvette. 1260 is going to be the dial in, going against Nico over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 1639 is going to be his dial in. And something happened to Bart's car there, looks like. And Nico goes 1828. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Ladies and gentlemen, just want to remind everybody tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. up on the third floor of the timing tower at Races for Christ will have a chapel service. So make sure you make your plans to attend that. That is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. up on the third floor of the timing tower. Races for Christ chapel service will be taking place. All right, here we go to junior dragsters, and we got Shaw Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:13 is going to be his dial in, going up against Hudson Batts. Hudson's got a 12:38 dialed in. All right, Windlight come over there for Shaw Daniels. He goes through with a 12:18 on his 12:13. Hudson Matz broke out with a 12:35 on his 12:38. Jackson Collins coming up next. Got a 15:15 dialed in, going up against Brinley Holdaway. She's got 11:97 dialed in. Hi, Ulysses Vasquez coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 919 is going to be the dial in there out of Bellevue, Florida. Going up against Blake Jones out of Orange Park. 893 is going to be the dial in over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, 39 pound difference on the starting line. And Blake Jones is going to get the win light here on a double breakout. All right, it's going to bring up Weston Daniel next. Lake Butler, Florida. 906 is going to be his dial in. All right, Weston Daniel goes 899 on his 906. All right, touching into Piz, City Kings Glass, Pro Eliminator. Start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Jeans Glass, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. These Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7, Super Pro motorcycles, lane 7. All right, Sierra Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is her dial in. Caden Holdaway, he's over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 791 is his dial in. And that stripe is going to be Sierra picking up the win light here. She goes 802 on her 790 as Caden breaks out with a 787 on his 791. All right, Ricardo Vasquez coming up next. 795 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Molly Banger. 794 is going to be her dial in. She'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, 8th foul separates these two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Ricardo Vasquez getting the win light here as he goes 793 on his 795. All right, Jan Paul Martinez coming up next. 795 is going to be his dial in, going up against Brooklyn Collins. All right, win light's coming off for Brooklyn Collins. She goes 798 on her 796 dial in. All right, this is going to be a competition single here for Aaron Kennedy. As Hunter Dowling having some problems getting his car to fire out there. right, there we go. We'll go out here and do a little brush up on the raceway real quick, and then we'll get back underway. So I should have Pro Eliminator should be in the lanes. Super Pro Motorcycles need you in the lanes. I want to give a quick reminder to everybody that 8 o'clock tomorrow morning up here on the 3rd floor of the timing tower, there's going to be a Race for Christ chapel service. So make your plans to come out there for that. Drivers, y'all need to start checking your cars, making sure that you've got all the necessary safety equipment that you're supposed to have and that you are wearing it. Starting to get some reports of cars going too quick without having all the right stuff. We're going to start looking for this stuff, and you'll be asked to leave. Pretty simple. So also, golf carts and scooters do not belong in the staging lanes. Golf carts and scooters do not belong in the staging lanes. So please do not leave your golf carts and scooters in the staging lanes while we're trying to run a race, please.
All right, since they're doing a little track prep, we're going to go to a commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, to continue doing a little track prep as we get ready to go into the 3rd round of eliminations here at Gainesville Raceway. We want to thank everybody jumping on today and watching the coverage from On the Spot Motorsports Media here for the Scorpion Racing Products ET Series, race number 11. And we'll be back here tomorrow for race number 12. And if you're out in the pits, make sure you bring plenty of water tomorrow because the temperature is going to be a little bit higher than what it is today. Probably we'll see around 91 to 93 degrees. And remember to put that sunblock on. The UV level is extremely high. Just bear with us and we'll get back to our pro cars. They're already gathering up in the staging lanes.
Again, we're looking for Pro Eliminator into lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator into lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro Bikes to lane 7, Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And the wind light's going to come on down there for Brenda George. She goes 618 on that 615 dial in. John Dwayne coming up next. 6 flat the dial in for the Chevy Camaro, going up against Justin Status. 923 is going to be the dial in for the Jaguar. It's out of Tampa. And we got a red light start on Justin. Going to give the automatic win here to John Dwayne. Mike Carpenter coming up next. 604 is going to be the dial in for the Vega Wagon. Here right up against Justin Williams over here in the, or Brandon Williams, excuse me, in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 711 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Carpenter picking up the win light here as he goes through with a 606 on his 604 dial in. All right, Phil Green coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 608 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Clint Wilson over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 820 is the dial in for the 56 Chevy out of Providence. All right, red light start by Clint Wilson is going to give the automatic win here to Phil Green. Green goes through the 605 on his 608 dial in. Blake Scott coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 773 is going to be his dial in. Here we're going up against Amber Matz. Amber's got a 680 dialed in on her S10 pickup truck. Okay, win light's coming off Blake Scott as he goes through with a 777 on that 773 dial in. As Amber runs dead on 3, but she was behind by 63 thousandths of a second. It's going to bring up James Turner next. 702 is the dial in for the Mercury Capri. They're right up against Jeff Grafton out of Loxahatchee, Florida. 1171 is going to be his dial in. All right, looks like we got 40,000 instead of a second difference at the starting line. And stripe is going to be Jeff Grafton picking up the win line here as he goes dead on 8. Turner goes 714 on his 702. That's going to bring up D. Lichty next. 667 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He'll be going up against Mike French. French got a 614 dial in. All right, looks like we got about 18,000 difference at the starting line. After stripe, the win light comes on for D. Lichty as he goes 667 with an 8 on a 67 dial in. Mike French went 618 on his 614. James Evans coming up next. 7 flat the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against J.D. Anderson out of Edgewater, Florida. 734 the dial in for the Tesla. And your win light is going to come on down there for Anderson as he goes 734 on his 734 as James Evans breaks out by 5 thousandths. Paul Allen coming up next, 699 the dial in for the Ford Maverick. He'll run up against Brett Veneman over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 837 is his dial in. And your win light comes on down there for Paul Allen as he gets 714 on that 699 dial in. Seth Bevins coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 665 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Wyatt Palmatier. Palmatier with a 630 dial in on the Ascent pickup truck. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. All right, we got a clean green light start, 13,000 separates the 2 at the starting line. After stripe, it's going to be Palmatier picking up the win light there as he's dead on with a 2. And Seth Bevins breaks out with a 655 on his 665. Chad King coming up next. He's got a 787 dialed in for the Pontiac Firebird, going against Lee Hauser. Hauser's over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 730 dialed in on his 71 Dart. And red light start there for Chad King. He's going to give Lee Hauser the automatic win. And Hauser goes dead on with a 0 and a 005 reaction time. He was a 5 thou pack together. Good run there for Lee Hauser. Lee Zarumba coming up next. He's got a 640 dialed in on the 71 Dodge Dart. He'll run up against Bart Pangilian out of Melrose. 655 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And Bart turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Lee Zarumba. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Need you to make your way in the staging lanes 1 and 2. Travis Logan coming up next. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Port Charlotte. And he'll up against Scott DeLeon over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 719 is going to be his dial in. All right, win line's going to come on over there for Scott DeLeon as he goes 720 on his 719 dial in. All right, here we go to the Super Pro Motorcycles, and we're going to have Candy Hagedorn coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 559 is going to be her dial in. She's going to run up against Sam Parrish. He's got a 552 dialed in. It's going to be Sam Parrish picking up the wet line here as he goes 553 on his 52 dial in as Candy Hagedorn breaks out by 4 thousandths. Jeremy Fireball Davis coming up next. 566 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here to Lucas Oil lane. And he'll run up against Roy Hagedorn out of Venice, Florida. 568 is going to be his dial in. All right, win line's going to come off for Roy Hagedorn as he goes through with a 572 on his 568 dial in. As Jeremy Davis breaks out with a 564 on his 566. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Street to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. right, here we go into Super Pro. We got Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 575 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's going up against Jason Barnes out of Tallahassee, Florida. 690 the dial in for the Chevelle. Nice start for Jason Barnes. He's going to get the automatic win here at Mark Horton. Horton goes 572 on his 575. Jason Barnes goes dead on 3, but just pulled the trigger too early. John Dwayne coming up next. 601 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's going to run up against Nevaeh Hicks out of St. Augustine. 530 is going to be her dial in. All right, 37,000 separates the two at the starting line. And John Dwayne's going to get the win line here as he goes 602 on his 601 dial in. As Hicks goes out with a 534 on her 530 dial in. Tom Heath coming up next. 618 is going to be the dial in for the GTO. He's going to be running up against James Hicks Jr. 473 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Red line start there for Tom Heath. Going to give the automatic win here to James Hicks Jr. And Hicks goes through the 474 on his 473 dial in. All right, Maverick Tomateer coming up next. 452 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of DeLand. Over up against Mike Fiddler over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 647 is his dial in. These Super Pro motorcycles, Pro bikes to lane 7, Pro motorcycles lane 7. I need Junior Street to lane 8, Junior Street. I need you to staging lane 8. I need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. All right, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street to lane 8, Junior Street lane 8. I need Pro Bikes to lane 7, Pro Bikes lane 7. I need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go. We got Jim Barbera coming up over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 688 is going to be the mile in for the Chevy 2 out of Trenton. And Glenn Newman's going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 556 dialed in for the Chevy Monza out of Alachua. Oh, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go. The stripe here win line is going to come on for Glenn Newman. He goes through with a 559 on his 556 dial in. Glenn was 012 on the reaction time. Jim was behind on the Christmas tree and also rode too quick as he breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. All right, Travis Logan coming up next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 595 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 472 dialed in. Big wheels up start there for Travis Logan, but here comes Vasquez. And Gary Vasquez is going to get the win line here. He has a perfect reaction time, runs dead on 7. So Gary Vasquez, that should give him the bye run in the next round. Jenna Yarnell coming up next. 594 is going to be her dial in. She'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Steve Shoemaker out of Jacksonville, 475 is going to be his dial in. All right, once again, looking for Junior Street. Junior Street, staging lane number 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, 5-5 separates the two at the starting line and at the stripe. The win line's coming off for Steve Shoemaker as he goes 480 on his 475, as Yarnell goes 604 on her 594. Michael Carpenter coming up next. 480 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here in the Lucas Oil lane. They're right up against Robert Treadwell out of Callahan. 617 is his dial in. Headline start for Mike Carpenter is going to give the automatic win here to Robert Treadwell. And Treadwell goes through the 624 on his 617. Brendan George coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 477 dialed in. He'll be running up against Mark Daniels out of Jacksonville. 496 is his dial in. All right, need the Pro Motorcycles. Pro Motorcycles, need you to the lanes. Pro Bikes, need you in the lanes. From the starting line, Brendan George is going to get the win line here as he goes 480 on his 477 dial in. Mark Daniels went 498 on his 496, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. So here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 448 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Randy Banger over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 494 dialed in. All right, looks like 7,000 separates to the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Randy Banger picking up the win light there. He gets 495 on his 494 as Jones goes out with a 449 on his 448. Stephen Young coming up next in the Pink Barracuda. He's got a 718 dialed in. He'll be running against Rob Hall out of Dade City. 612 the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. And red light start for Stephen Young is going to give Rob Hall the automatic win. And Hall goes dead on with a 0 and had a 12 reaction time. Attaboy Trey Bunner next. 625 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against David Zinke over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 701 is going to be his dial in. All right, 6,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line is going to come on down there for Trey Bunner as he goes dead on 3 and gets the win line. David breaks out with a 699 on his 701. Shelby Powell coming up next. 664 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Green Coast Springs. And he'll run up against Haley Wright. 515 is going to be her dial in. All right, we got 200th of a second difference at the starting line and at the stripe. The win line's coming on down there for Shelby Powell as he goes 665 on his 664. Haley Wright went 516 on her 515. Shelby was ahead on the Christmas tree, 012 to an 032. All right, Danielle Markney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 482 is going to be her dial in, going up against Bob Alexander over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 601 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Then the win light's going to come off for Danielle Markney as she goes through the 483 on her 482 as Bob Alexander breaks out with a 598 on his 601. All right, John Connick coming up next. 719 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He'll be going up against Norm Williams over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 615 the dial in for the Nova out of Yulee. Semifinal separates the two at the starting line. And John Connick's going to get the win light here as he goes dead on 7. As Norm Williams slows to a 620 on his 615 dial in. Austin Logan coming up next. 596 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Port Charlotte, Florida. And he'll be running up against Kurt Carlson over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 512 dialed in. So I get up 53 now difference at the starting line. Win lights on there coming down for Austin Logan as he went 598 on his 96. As Carlson breaks out with a 510 on his 511. Mike Bonacci coming up next. 503 is going to be the dial in for the drag stride of Ocala. He'll run up against Sam Parrish out of Green Cove Springs. 554 is the dial in for the motorcycle. All right, 6,000 separates the two at the starting line. The stripe, it's going to be Mike Bonacci picking up the win light here as he goes 504, and his 503 as Parrish breaks out by 8 thousandths. Tony Gambardella coming up next. 628 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck, going up against David Hicks. Dave's got a 487 dial in on the dragster. All right, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be David Hicks picking up the win line here as he goes 488 on his 487 dial in. As Gambardella breaks out with a 622 on his 628. And it looks like this is going to be a competition. Now this is your buy run, I assume, for Roy Hagedorn. He's got 638 dialed in on the Mustang. All right, here we go. We got Autumn DeRossette coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 503 is going to be her dial in. And she'll by a commentator over here in Strange Engineering Lane. He's got a 458 dialed in on the dragster. All right, got a clean green light start. 8,000 separates the two at the starting line. It's going to be Palmatier picking up the win light here as he goes dead on 7 with a 008 reaction time. Good run there for him as DeRossette breaks out by 3,000ths of a second. All right, Hunter Dowling coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1080 dialed in. He'll be running up against Molly Banger over here in the Strange Engineering Lane. 1096 is her dial in. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Beneath Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters need you to the lanes. 6 to 9 year olds and 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1, Need junior dragsters, start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:41 is going to be his dial in, going against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 1381 dialed in. All right, got a clean green line start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line is going to come on down there for Scott DeLeon's 11:43 on his 11:41 dial in. Gunner breaks out with a 1379 on a 1381. Mark Orton coming up next. 1178 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida, going against Monica Roberts. Monica's got a 1252 dial in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need Jeff Barrier and whoever run Jeff in that round back for a rerun, please. I need Jeff Barrier. All right, Jeff Barrier, I need you to the staging lanes for a rerun, please. All right, Blake Scott and Marcus Cruz. And the win line's coming on for Blake Scott. All right, here we go. We got Jeff Barrier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1178 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger, going against the Mustang of AJ Status. 1275 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Tampa, Florida. All right, junior dragster should be in the lanes. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes at this time. I need my 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older should be in lane 1. Junior dragsters need you in the lanes. All right, here we go with the junior dragsters. And it looks like we're going to have, I think it's one of the Wooten kids over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1247 is going to be the dial in. Going against Brinley Holdaway. She'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got 1197 dialed in. All right, wind light's going to come on over there in the Lucas Oil lane, 1253 on a 1247. Byron coming up here for Shaw Daniel. 1215 is going to be his dial in. All right, Weston Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 902 is going to be his dial in. Going against Wyatt Hicks. Also has a 902 dialed in. $33 difference at the starting line. Wind line's coming off for Wyatt Hicks as he goes through the 908 on his 902 dial in. Weston Daniel went 910 on his 902. Skylar Carpenter coming up next. 955 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Blake Jones over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got an 891 dialed in. All right, 28,000 separates the two at the starting line. And the wind line comes off of Skylar Carpenter as he goes through the 955.3 on his 955. Good run there for him. Jones goes out with 895 on his 891. All right, Aaron Kennedy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 791 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Brooklyn Collins over here in Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 795 dialed in. All right, Aaron Kennedy picks up the win right there as he goes through with a 799 on a 791 dial in as Collins goes out with an 805 on a 795. Sierra Haight coming up next. 790 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And she'll go up against Ricardo Vasquez. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. 791 is going to be his dial in. Good light start there by Sierra is going to give Ricardo the automatic win.
Can I get Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator? Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro Bike. Can I get Pro Bike to lanes 7? Lane 7, please.
All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles. Need y'all to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Pro Eliminator, load up. Pro Eliminator, load up, please. All right, here we go back into Pro Eliminator, and we're going to have John Dwayne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 601 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. He's going to run up against Wyatt Palmatier over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 630 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, got a clean green light start. 10,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go, the stripe win light. John Dwayne. 599 on his 601 as Wyatt breaks out with a 627 on his 630 dial in. Brendan George coming up next. 614 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. It's out of Crystal River going up against Jeff Grafton out of Loxahatchee, Florida. 750 the dial in for the Tesla. All right, got a clean green light start. Got 4/100ths of a second difference at the starting line. It's going to be Jeff Grafton picking up the win light there as he goes 751 on his 750 as Brendan George breaks out by 9,000ths. Lee Zaremba coming up next. 640 the dial in for the Dodge Dart going up against Lee Hauser in his Dodge Dart. He's got a 730 dialed in. Attention independents, attention independents. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. All right, we got a clean green light start. One's pretty good, one's a little late. And the one that's pretty good just picked up the win. Lee Hauser goes 733 on his 730 dial in. He'll get the win light. Lee breaks out with a 638 on his 640. D. Lichty coming up next. 667 is the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against J.D. Anderson over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 734 is the dial in for the Tesla. All right, 45,000 difference at the starting line at the stripe. J.D. Anderson's going to pick up the win light here on a double breakout. Looks like he breaks out by 2,000ths, and D broke out by a bunch. Paul Allen coming up next. 697 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick. He's going to go up against Blake Scott out of Pinetta, Florida. 775 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. All right, that's good. One's a little late. And one's good. Just picked up the win. Paul Allen gets the win light. 7:05 on his 6:97. As Blake Scott runs dead on the dial in with a 4, but he was way behind on the Christmas tree. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 7:19 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu, going against Phil Green. Green's got a 6:06 dialed in on his 68 Camaro out of Ocala. All right, attention to the pits. Need Junior Street, back to lane 8, please. Junior Street, back to lane 8. All right, they got a clean green light start. 43 foul difference at the starting line. At the stripe, Phil Green is going to get the win light. He goes 6:34 on his 6:06 as Scott DeLeon's car slowed to a 7:74. And looks like the buy run coming up here from Michael Carpenter. He's got 599 dialed in on the Vega wagon. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. All right, Carpenter let it out of it early. Goes 6:18 at 97. That'll rack up that round of Pro Eliminator as we're looking at our final round here, it looks like, in the Super Pro motorcycles. And we're going to have Sam Parrish coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's got a Green Cove Springs. It's got a 552 dialed in. Going up against Roy Hagedorn out of Venice, Florida. 567 is going to be the dial in for Roy. Start by Sam Parrish. Going to give Roy Hagedorn. And Roy goes through with a 567 on his 566 dial in. All right, looking for Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Pro Motorcycle, lane 7. Junior Street, need you to lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Junior Street to lane 8, Junior Street, lane 8. Pro Bikes, lane 7, Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, need you in the lanes. Super Pro, need you in the lanes. All right, thanks. Got Danielle Mockney coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 482 is going to be the dial-in for the drag stride of Venice. Going against Robert Treadwell out of Callahan, Florida. 623 is going to be the dial-in for the 442 holes. All right, 15,000 separated the two at the starting line, and that stripe is going to be Danielle Mockney picking up the win right there. She goes through with a 502 on that 482 as Treadwell slows to a 766 on a 623. Looks like somebody lost their neck collar out there on the raceway. We do have it up here at the starting line. Trey Bunner coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 622 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Lakeland, Florida, going up against James Hicks Jr. out of Elkton, Florida. 473 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. All right, John Connick coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 719, the dial in for the Monza out of Ocala. Going against Dave Hicks out of St. Augustine. 487, the dial in. And red light start for David Hicks. Going to give John Connick the automatic win light. Connick is 720 on his 719. Mike Bonacci coming up next. 503 is going to be the dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's from Ocala, going against Randy Banger out of Palmetto, Florida. 494 is going to be his dial in. All right, John Dwayne coming up next. 601 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. Going up against Rob Hall. Hall's got a 612 dialed in on his Chevy Malibu. All right, 19th separate the two of the starting line at the stripe. John Dwayne dead on 4. Good run there for him. Rob Hall goes 613 on his 612 dial in. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. 635 the dial in for the Mustang out of Venice. He's going to run up against Brendan George. Brendan's got a 476 dialed in on the dragster out of Crystal River. Halfway to the starting line at the stripe, it's going to be Roy Hagedorn picking up the win line there, 6:36 on his 6:35 as Brendan breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. All right, Wyatt Palmatier coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 4:58 is going to be the dial in. He's going to go up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 4:72 dialed in. Red light started for Palmatier. He's going to give Vasquez the automatic win light. And Gary goes through with a 471 on his 472. All right, so here we go with the Pro Bike final round while we're waiting on one of the drivers to get back up here. Sportsman, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. Sportsman should be in the lanes. All right, so here we go with the Pro Bike final round. We're going to have Chuck Willem over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 985 is going to be his dial in. He's from Reddick, Florida. Running up against Roy Johnson. 1085 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. And at the stripe, Chuck Willem is going to pick up the win right there as he goes through with a 10.07 on his 9.85 dial-in. He was 0.26 on the tree. Roy Johnson goes out with a 10.98 on his 10.85. And he was a bit behind. All right, that's going to bring up the junior street final round. Molly Banger is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 10.94 is going to be the dial-in. And she'll run up against Chelsea Dwayne out of Jacksonville. 9.42 will be the dial-in for the Camaro. All right, attention to the pitch, attention to the pitch. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, make your way into the staging lanes at this time. All right, Chelsea Dwayne picks up the win there. She goes dead on 7 with a 14 reaction time. She puts a 21 thou pack together. Molly goes out with a 10.95 on her 10.94. She was a bit behind on the Christmas tree. All right, so here we go with Sportsman. Once again, I am looking for junior dragsters to the lanes. Junior dragsters to the lanes. All right, so here we go into Sportsman. And we're going to have Scott and Leon coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11.40 is going to be the dial-in for the Malibu. He'll be going against John Lamdola over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 12.12 is the dial-in for the Dodge Challenger. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And going to the stripe, it's going to be Scott DeLeon picking up the win light there as he goes 11.50 on that 11.40 dial-in. As Lamdola goes out with a 12.26 on his 12.22. Tom Courtney coming up next. 11.44 is going to be the dial-in for the Pontiac Trans Am. He's going against Blake Scott over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 11.89 is going to be the dial-in for the Corvette. All right, 6th aisle separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Blake Scott picking up the win light there as he goes 12.07 on that 11.89 dial-in. As Tom Courtney's car slows to a 11.66 on his 11.44 dial. Jeff Barrier coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1180 is going to be his dial in. He's going to be right up against Chad King over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 1225 is going to be his dial in. And Chad King's going to get the win light here on a double breakout. He goes 12:23 on a 12:25. He actually had a better reaction time as well. And your buy run coming up here from Monica Roberts. 12:52 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, no 65 is reaction time for Monica. And she goes through the 12:53 on that 12:52 dial in. Caden Hamilton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:53 is going to be the dial in. Going against Shaw Daniel over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 12:20 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. One's pretty good, one's a little late. And the win light's going to come on down there for Shaw Daniels. He goes 12:27 on his 12:20 dial in. As Cam Hamilton goes through with a 12:62 on his 12:53 dial in. All right, Skylar Carpenter coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9:54 is going to be his dial in. Going against Wyatt Hicks. Wyatt with a 9:08 dial in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Red light start there for Hicks is going to give Carpenter the automatic win. And Carpenter goes through with a 9:55 on his 9:54. All right, looks like that's going to wrap up the finals of that. So it looks like we're now going into, I believe, will be the finals of the big kids. Carter Vasquez over here in the Lucas Oil lane's got a 792 dialed in. He'll run up against Aaron Kennedy over here in the Strange Engineering lane and with a 790 dial in. All right, here we go. And we got a clean green light start. Only 2,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Ricardo picking up the win light there as he goes 795 on a 92 dial in. As Aaron slowed to a 797 on his 790. All right, attention into pits. Attention into pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, looks like we got some test runs we're getting ready to run. All right, so we got a couple of test passes we're going to do here real quick. We got Dan Stutz over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and AJ Kelly is going to run over there in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Allen Speed and Machine, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, stats go 602, 115, 668 at 109 there for AJ Kelly. Mark Horton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Keith Collins will be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Collins goes through with a 591 at 111 miles an hour, 776 at 92 there for Horton. All right, Jeremy goes 628 at 123. All right, here we go into Pro Eliminator. J.D. Anderson is over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 734 is going to be his dial-in. He's going against Lee Hauser. Hauser's got a 730 dial-in in the 71 Dodge Dart out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. All right, 74 thousandths of a second is the difference at the starting line. And J.D. Anderson's going to get the win light here as he goes 740 on his 734 dial-in. Lee Hauser goes out with 735 on his 730. Paul Allen coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial-in for the 72 Maverick out of Middleburg. They go up against Michael Carpenter over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 605 dialed in on the Vega wagon. Clean green light start. Looks like we got 57,000 of a second difference at the starting line. Here we go to strong. Paul Allen gets the win line here. 698 on his 695 dial in. Michael Carpenter goes out with a 606 on his 605. John Dwayne coming up next. 599 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. He's going to run up against Phil Green over here in the Strange Engineering lanes. 606 is the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. All right, 9,608 to 2 at the starting line, and Phil Green's going to get the win line here as he goes 607 on a 606. All right, looks like your buy run's coming up here next for Jeff Grafton. 750 is going to be the dial in for the Tesla. All right, Grafton has a perfect reaction time. He goes 748 on his 750 dial in. All right, here we go to Super Pro. All right, Danielle Bachny coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 482 is going to be her dial in. She'll be run up against Mark Horton. Horton's over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 571 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro from Callahan. Red light start by Danielle Bachny. He's going to give Horton the automatic win light. Horton goes through the 569 on the 71 dial in. Danielle went dead on 4, but she was 001 red. coming up next. 597 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Everybody against Gary Vasquez over here in the Strange Engineering lanes. 471 is going to be his dial-in. All right, Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman should be in lanes 5 and 6. Red light start by Gary Vasquez. Going to give Austin Logan the automatic win light. All right, John Connick coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Monza out of Ocala. He'll run up against Steve Shoemaker out of Jacksonville. 476 is his dial-in. All right, got a clean green light start, and it's going to be Connick picking up the win light here as he goes 721 on the 720 dial-in. Shoemaker goes out with a 477 on his 476. All right, Roy Hagedorn coming up next. 635 is going to be the dial-in for the Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against James Hicks Jr. over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 471 is going to be the dial-in for the dragster out of Elkton. All right, got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be James Hicks Jr. picking up the win light there as he goes dead on with a 0 and a 42 reaction time. Hagedorn bows out with a 637 on his 635 dial-in. All right, John Dwayne, need you in the staging lanes, please. John Dwayne, you're needed in the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go. We got John Dwayne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 601 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. And Randy Banger will be over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 493 is going to be his dial-in. He's out of Palmetto, Florida. All right, 21,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Randy Banger picking up the win light there as John Dwayne breaks out by a hundredth of a second. All right, here we go into sportsman, and we got Scott DeLeon coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1145 is going to be his dial-in. He's out of Bellevue, going to be going up against Chad King out of Gainesville. 1215, the dial-in for the Pontiac Firebird. Clean start both lanes. And here we go to the stripe here. Win light's going to come on down there for Chad King as he goes 1224 of his 1215 dial-in, gets the win night. Scott DeLeon's car slowed to an 1164 on his 1145 dial-in. That'll bring up your other pair in this semifinal matchup. Monica Roberts over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1251 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. She's out of Ocala. And Blake Scott out of Pinetta, Florida. He's got 1195 dialed in the Chevy Corvette. All right, they're all staged up, ready to go. All right, looks like about 65,000 different set the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Monica Roberts as she goes 1252 on that 1251 dial-in. All right, going to do a few test runs here real quick. All right, Chris French going to be coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Mike Gaffney. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Super Pro back to lanes 1 and 2. I need Pro Eliminator back to lanes 3 and 4. Let's cool them and fuel them. Let's get them back into lanes. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. 985 and 136 there for Chris French. 1202 and 86 for Mike Gaffney. That's going to bring up AJ Kelly. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro back to lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator back to lanes 3 and 4. And Allen Speed Machine Sportsman back to lanes 5 and 6. Let's cool them and fuel them, folks, and we'll get them back in the lanes, please. All right, got another test pass coming up here for Jeremy Davis. All right, once again, we're looking for Super Pro, Pro, and Sportsman back to the lane as soon as you cool them and fuel them, please.
All right, as we're waiting for cars to come back around for the next round of eliminations, we're going to run a couple of commercials, so we'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Some positive thoughts.
All right, here we go back to Pro Eliminator, and we got Paul Allen coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 698 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick out of Middleburg. He'll be going up against J.D. Anderson. 734 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's from Edgewater, Florida. All right, 15 fouls separate the two at the starting line. And Paul Allen's going to get the win light here as he goes 702 on that 698 dial in. All right, it's going to bring up Phil Green. 606 the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. He'll run up against Jeff Grafton out of Loxahatchee, Florida. 749 is going to be the dial in for the Tesla. Looks like got about 12 foul difference at the starting line. And Phil Green's going to pick up the win light here on a double breakout. He broke out by 1/1000th of a second. Jeff Grafton broke out by a bit. So it looks like that'll set up the finals there. It looks like, I think, between Paul Allen and Phil Green. All right, here we go to Super Pro. James Hicks Jr. coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 470 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. He'll run up against Mark Horton out of Callahan. 569 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Oh, 16 fouls separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Hicks picking up the win light here as he goes 472 on that 470 dial in. Hicks was 001 on the tree. Horton breaks out by 0.02 of a second. John Connick coming up next. 720 the dial in for the Monza out of Ocala. He'll run up against Randy Banger. He's out of Palmetto, Florida. 493 is his dial in. All right, 10 fouls separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe win light. John Connick dead on 2. Good run there for him as Banger goes out with a 494 on his 493 dial in. That's going to bring up your buy run for Austin Logan. 594 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Port Charlotte, Florida. All right, Austin Logan goes through with a 594 on his 594 dial in. Sportsman, yeah. All right, sportsman. Need my sportsman finalists to the staging lanes, please. Need my sportsman finalists to the staging lanes, please. Pro and Super Pro. Let's cool them and fuel them. Get them back in the lanes. Pro and Super Pro. Cool them and fuel them. Back to the lanes, please. All right, got a few test hits coming up here. Is Chris French is Chevelle. All right, got a test pass coming up here next for Dwayne Leachman. All right, Leachman goes through with an ace 91 at 147.
Want to apologize. We haven't been putting any lower thirds on the screen. I had to take care of some other issues.
All right, Pro and Super Pro, cool them and fuel them. Let's get them back to the lanes, please. Pro and Super Pro, let's cool them and fuel them. Get them back to the lanes, please. Looks like we're getting ready to run our sportsman final round. All right, going to be doing any more tests and tunes here this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tests and tunes are done for the evening. All right, here we go. Our sportsman final round. Monica Roberts, 12:51 the dial in for the Camaro, going against Chad King, 12:16 the dial in for the Firebird. We got a nice clean green light start. One's real good, one is late. And the win light's going to come on down there for Monica Roberts on a double breakout. She picks up the win light here this evening. So congratulations to Lily's mom, Monica Roberts. It was Mike Gaffney. All right, once again, looking for Pro and Super Pro. Back to the lanes. Pro and Super Pro. Let's get them back to the lanes. All right, once again, looking for Pro and Super Pro. Back to the lanes. Let's cool them and fuel them. Pro and Super Pro. Get them back to the lanes, please.
All right, coming up next is the final in Pro and the semifinal in Super Pro. We're just waiting for the cars to make their return.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Charlotte, Florida. He's going to run up against John Connick. Connick's got a 720 dialed in on the Chevy Monza out of Ocala. All right, looks like 19 fouls separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Austin Logan picking up the win line here as he goes 595 on his 595 dial-in. Good run there for him as Connick breaks out by 3 thousandths. And your bye run coming up next for James Hicks Jr. I got a feeling he's just going to take the tree and back up. And that's exactly what he did. So James Hicks Jr. will square off with Austin Logan for the Super Pro final round here in just a little bit. So that leads us down to our Pro Finals. Pro Eliminator final round, and it's going to be Phil Green coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 606 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Chevy Camaro. Going up against Paul Allen in the 72 Ford Maverick. 697 will be his dial in. All right, got a clean green light start. 16 foul separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe win light. Phil Green. Dead on 6 with a 004 reaction time. Put a 7th foul pack together. Paul Allen was 020 on the tree. He was pretty much out of it. He breaks out with a 695. So congratulations to Phil Green. All right, that leaves us with just one. We need Austin Logan to cool it and fuel it, get it back in the lanes, and get you ready for your final round matchup with James Hicks Jr. Let's go with our Super Pro final round. Austin Logan out of Port Charlotte, Florida is going to run over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 595 is going to be the dial-in. Going against James Hicks Jr. Hicks with a 471 dial-in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering Lane. All right, here we go. And we got green light starts in both lanes. Looks like about 23 thou difference in the starting line. And Hicks gets the win line here as Austin Logan breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Logan actually had the better reaction time, but the win line's coming on for James Hicks Jr. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap things up for us here this evening. Thank you very much for coming out and hanging out. Remember, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, there will be an hour, and hopefully we'll get back underway here tomorrow somewhere around 9 o'clock, weather permitting. Everybody be safe. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Again, we want to thank everyone who joined us here at On the Spot Motorsports Media for race number 11 of the Scorpion Racing Products ET Series. And don't forget, we'll be back here tomorrow. Everyone, take care.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.